2025, and that is what our president, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, will be presenting on as he greets the official opening ceremony program here at the National Cultural Center, with key focus on food security. His remarks will be followed by that of the Prime Minister of Belize and also Chairman of CARICOM, the Honorable John Anthony Bersenio, and he will be presenting on the CARICOM standpoint.
The idea behind this whole investment forum and expo is to attract investors to Guyana, but more so to show them what's possible once the resources are provided to the agriculture sector, in ensuring that we bring down our import bill by 25% by 2025. And this is the vision as outlined to the leaders of CARICOM by His Excellency Dr. Irfan Ali during his many engagements since taking office. Now, along with his efforts, the Minister of Agriculture here has also been representing the importance of the sector of moving forward.
Just to cut you there, Chris, we are now witnessing the arrival of the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, as he is greeted by Minister of Agriculture Zulfikar Mustafa, and he's escorted by Minister Nigel Dharamlal. Following him are members of his delegation, his entourage, and a number of other arrivals happening here soon.
I see Minister Robeson Ben has also arrived and will be making his way inside the cultural center. This is indeed an important occasion for Guyana. The expo, apart from the forum rather, provides the opportunity for the exchange of ideas and directions, and perhaps discuss constraints that exist right now and how they can go about overcoming those constraints. But in addition to the formal aspects of this forum, there is the Expo, in which Agriculture Guyana is on showcase. All the stakeholders within Guyana are going to be on show at this Expo. Bounty Farm, all the agencies of the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, will be up front in showcasing what they do and some of the achievements they've had thus far. I see Juan Edgil has arrived, Minister Juan Edgil, and of course he has been very vocal and has a big role to play in some of the developments slated for the interior locations. In agriculture in the interior will of course be a big thing, but of course first you have to have the roads.
A number of members of the diplomatic corps also arriving. The Indian High Commissioner, His Excellency K.J. Srinivasa, making his way on the red carpet, beautifully outlined with the flags of representing countries. As we talk about the networking opportunities, Chris, and the representation from Guyana, we must also mention that there are a number of representations from the CARICOM member states, as well as Ghana, Cameroon, Israel, Canada, the United States, and even further afield. So the kind of networking opportunity, though will be beneficial for Guyana, will also be beneficial for a number of these member states, as if we could say this is the hugest agriculture forum happening in the world at the moment.
Certainly. And
where else do you have 8 global leaders?
Certainly, and I see His Excellency President Dr. Irfan Ali has just arrived. They're going to make their way upstairs. And of course the First Lady is with him, by his side as always. And we certainly are going to be looking forward to the next few days as the heads of state and stakeholders from all across the world gather here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center to exchange ideas on the way forward as we plot a course towards investing in Vision 25 by 2025.
And just to let you know the representation behind and where the main idea would have come from, preparations were made since His Excellency's presentation on the strategy advancing the CARICOM Agri-Foods System Agenda. prioritizing regional food and nutrition security. And this was in February of 2021 at the 32nd Intersessional Conference of the Heads of Government of CARICOM. His Excellency is also the lead head of government responsible for agriculture, agricultural diversification, and food security, a special ministerial task force that was established that year. The body was tasked with guiding the transformation of the region's agriculture food system towards full commercialization. One of the main focus was to address the rising food import bill and at the time stimulate investment in agriculture and food production. The following year at the 33rd Intersessional Conference of Heads of Government, President Ali outlined a detailed action plan for commercializing the agri-food sector by 2025. Special emphasis was placed on each country's targets to increase their food production, to identify constraints, and of course the actions which would be required to transform the food sector.
I see Minister of Education, the Honorable Priya Manning-Chan, has just arrived. And of course, they're all joining their colleagues inside to be part of this historic event. Minister Kwame McCoy is here, hanging out with the media corps here, greeting and shaking hands as he usually does. Very affable fella.
The CARICOM heads of government, Chris, they also agreed that an Agri-Investment forum there and then at the 33rd Intersessional Conference of Heads of Government would be an appropriate platform to address the issue of investment in the regional agriculture sector. This inaugural forum and expo.
I see Vice President Bharat Jagdeo has just arrived as well. All the important players in government are here, getting ready to launch this historic event. And this is set to start in just a few minutes. So very exciting time for us here in Guyana, about 15 minutes to starting time. But I'm sure you've got lots more to share with us and how we've come to this place.
Yes, Chris, it was noted that we have a food import bill of 6 billion US dollars, and increased investment in agriculture and food production is extremely vital in order to achieve this 25 food import reduction target by 2025. The forum that we're here for, the opening, is therefore geared towards the promotion, engagement, and informed dialogue among key stakeholders along the agri-food value chain of policymakers, development partners, foreign and local private investors, distributors, and how investment could be encouraged for the program to be accelerated. This is a 3-day event which commences today and will provide a great opportunity for investors, as you mentioned, to contribute to food and nutrition security with a view of identifying specific areas in which investment is needed to overcome the existing structural and operational changes. We are getting ready for the ceremonial opening here at the National Cultural Center. This will be followed by the official cutting of the ribbon and declaring the exhibition open at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, and that is expected to begin at just around 14 hours today. It's expected to conclude at about 19 hours thereabout, depending on the reaction from farmers, stakeholders, all who will be visiting the expo, and will continue tomorrow as well as on Saturday.
Well, part of the program of activities to be engaged in by those present will be tours to some of the key agricultural hotspots, as it were, in Guyana. I do believe the President's youth initiative at Monrepo, the Shade House project, 52 shade houses have already been constructed, and the delegates will be taken there to show what's possible under climate-smart agriculture, as it were. Some of the other locations to be visited will be cattle farmers, their farms, to see some of the results of the superior breeds of animals that have been introduced to Guyana and to the agriculture sector, both in terms of cattle and small ruminants, swine. Significant progress has been made in these areas and continue to be made. So
what is commendable, Chris, is the number of young people we see under this entrepreneurship program, to see that they're taking up the mantle and taking up positions in the sector, pushing themselves to go further afield and rising up to the challenges even as we look for the solutions is definitely remarkable and promising in terms of the future, what the future holds in terms of agriculture here in Guyana and the region. Hopefully this is something that will rub off on our CARICOM brothers and sisters and the other countries visiting from further afield.
I think President Ali's enthusiasm and drive, his vibrancy in how he represents agriculture, not only in Guyana but across the region. He has certainly been talking up getting youths involved in agriculture. At one time, the average age of our farmers in Guyana was 67. We've seen a total shift in that over the last 2 years, in that more and more young people are getting involved in agriculture in its various forms. This is not only about planting a garden or, this is about getting involved in agro-processing, downstream production of stuff, using raw materials from agriculture. And they are realizing quite rapidly that there is money to be made out of agriculture. And so it is as it should be. Agriculture is sexy. It is rich. There was a time when people saw agriculture as being only for those who drop out of school. A lot of farmers who are involved in agriculture today are school dropouts, and they're doing well. They drive nice cars and they live in fancy houses.
We just witnessed the arrival of the UN resident coordinator to Guyana and Suriname. Following this, another arrival making its way into the foyer here of the National Cultural Center, taking a peek outside as those watchful eyes gear up to see who's coming out next of the black vehicles.
Minister Mustafa is way up front, greeting, and he has certainly worked tirelessly in making this happen, in bringing to fruition the concept of this event.
The Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley making his way up the stairs, the Prime Minister of Trinidad, very briskly. He looks fresh from that visit to Kaitro Falls yesterday.
Certainly. If he had a dip in the waters downstream, he'd probably be all younger now.
And we're seeing a number of his entourage and delegation members make their way in as well. These are all representatives coming from the Trinidad and Tobago.
So in case you've just joined us, this is the opening ceremony for the Agri Forum and Expo, with its team investing in Vision 25 by 2025. And just so you know what this 25 by 2025 means, is reducing our import bill by 25%. And we're not talking about Guyana alone. We're talking about a region as a whole, reducing the import bill by 25% by 2025.
Just about 5 minutes ago for the official opening ceremony, we were telling you earlier about those presentations which will be made. We're expecting a Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, to talk to us about sustainable agriculture and risk mitigation. The Honorable Mia Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, will be enlightening us on pursuing CSME and removing barriers to enhance agriculture trade within the region. Following that, we'll hear from the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, the Prime Minister of Dominica, and he will be deliberating on transport and marketing integration. The Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, will be making a speech on investment, the agro-processing and energy for agriculture. And we will also hear from the Honorable Joseph Farrell, the Premier of Montserrat, on his thoughts on regional agriculture integration. The Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper, who is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism in the Bahamas, will talk to us about investments and aviation there and agricultural insurance. And we will also hear from our subject minister, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, who's the chairman of the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security.
You know, one of the critical topics for discussion or issues for consideration and resolution will be this issue of trade barriers within the region. If, as a region, we want to reduce our food input bills, then we can't be having the barriers that have existed before. And so, the heads have been working around this and talking about how they can resolve these issues and make intra-regional trade truly a reality. This is something that CARICOM has been working to realize over the years, the CSME and all that. The Honorable.
Witnessing the arrival of Guyana's Prime Minister, Brigadier Mark Phillips, as he makes his way and as you mentioned, Chris, it's important that we talk about solutions for the barriers for trade at a time where we are living in such a modern era, and we discovered how we can cleverly use technology to our advantage due to the pandemic. I do believe there are positives coming out of the pandemic. We learned a lot in terms of how to move things without moving ourselves. So there is much for us to deliberate on, that is our leaders, as they put their heads together. Many are young and abled in terms of giving the proper assessments and solutions to some of the modern day challenges we may have within the trade sector for the region.
So again, the aim of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo is to promote informed dialogue among key stakeholders within the agriculture value chain, inclusive of policymakers. Those are going to be the key players in this event. What they decide coming out of this will pave the way for perhaps an early realization of our 25 by 2025. And beyond that, of course, you want another 25 to take us along this path to self-sufficiency as a region. Development partners are also on board, foreign and local private investors, farmers and distributors, among others. This exposition is an excellent opportunity to showcase Guyana's goods and services with approximately 300 local and international delegates daily.
In addition to the heads of state, the heads of government rather that we mentioned, we're also expecting the agriculture minister for the Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Dominica, and Barbados. Other ministers will also come from Suriname, Trinidad and Tobago, and CARICOM affairs. We're also expecting the Foreign Affairs Minister from Barbados, as well as Foreign Affairs and Trade Minister from Antigua and Barbuda. We also have regional agencies which are set to participate in a roundtable discussions rather, because these will be ongoing to mitigate the challenges and to work in terms of planning where the way forward after the conclusion of this Agri-Investment Forum and Expo.
So as we continue to witness the arrival of dignitaries here at the National Cultural Center, we've seen one other important delegate arrive.
From Barbados, we have members of the delegation, and this is leading up to the Prime Minister, Honorable Mia Motley, as she is escorted by Minister Onej Waldron.
And she has certainly been a live wire in agricultural promotion, driving this agenda in not only in words but also in action. This Black Belly Giant partnership that she has forged with Guyana is certainly putting her foot where her mouth was. But she has certainly demonstrated commitment to the process and of moving this agenda forward, as it were.
Putting in the work to ensure that the promises are upkept. Chris, we're hearing more sirens as we await other arrivals. But just to let you know, for those who are joining us locally on the network, a number of traffic diversions are in place surrounding the National Cultural Center. And later on, well, in just a matter of hours rather. A number of those diversions will be happening in the vicinity of Liliendal at the Arthur Chung Conference Center as well. We want to say hello to those joining us further afield. Some of our colleagues in the region are carrying us on their stations as well. And to those, we say good day. Welcome to Guyana. We're sure you would have loved to join your contingent here, but nonetheless, we are proud to be sharing what's happening here at the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. A number of government ministers are here, some of which persons in the diaspora will be seeing for the first time for those who are visiting here physically. There are also a number of persons who will be tuned in virtually to witness the ceremonial opening here at the National Cultural Center. Our Minister of Culture and Sport, Minister Ramson Charles, escorting the head of CARICOM and Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Antonio Bersenio, as he makes his way up the stairs.
I see Mr. Ron Sanders is here as well. You can stay tuned for live updates throughout the day as we continue to keep you abreast of developments as they occur. For this major event occurring in Guyana. This is a glorious opportunity through which not only the agricultural investment opportunities will be showcased, but also the rich diversity, the cultural diversity, and everything else that is Guyana will be on display. Our cuisine, those cultures that we are so proud of are going to be all showcased, much to the delight of the delegates who will be enjoying those cultural delicacies, as it were.
I hope they will stay on for days or even weeks, as much as they can, to witness and experience our rich cultural diversity and to sample different aspects of our cuisine, to visit the different regions of Guyana, not just here in the capital city for the Forum and Expo, but we saw Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, getting a taste of Kaitro Falls and venturing into the interior for much more of what we normally brand and market as our beautiful country.
President Dr. Irfan Ali has declared Guyana open for business. But of course, when you get here, it's not only business that you will be engaged in, you will be being treated to all that is Guyana, its people, its culture, its food, its entertainment, nightlife, and everything.
And for persons who are coming from other countries, they're asking us, do I have to wear a mask? Those restrictions have been lifted as of March 2020, but it is advisable for persons who are in areas with people or groups of people to continue wearing. However, it is not mandatory, as our number of COVID-19 cases would have taken a significant decline and we are headed out of the pandemic, as they say.
So just to let you know, the exhibition will be open to the public on Thursday, May 19 from 14 hours all the way up until 19 hours or 7 p.m. and on Friday and Saturday from 10 hours to 19 hours. Admission to the Expo is free. Again, the theme this year for this event is Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. Again, the program is just about to start. We are just minutes away. And it's going to be, I can't wait to hear all that is going to be offered by the various speakers during this morning's ceremony.
Chris and I will be handing you over to Mr. Alex Graham and Mrs. Michelle Abraham Ali, the Master and Mrs. of Ceremonies, who will take you through the official opening ceremony program here, and we will be joining you intermittently and as well at intervals rather, as well as for the wrap-up here at the National Cultural Center, followed by joining of Lyndon Davidson and our team at the Arthur Chung Conference Center as we bring you the ribbon cutting and live updates from the exhibition.
So, again, this event is going to be happening over the next 3 days, and you farmers in wherever you are, Mahaika, Berbice, I think, somewhere on the highway, the delegates will be coming your way to visit and to witness firsthand your agricultural successes in whatever form that might be.
and for children of the farmers as well. We hope that they'll be bringing them along. A lot of their children are expected to take up the mantle and look after business. And so for the young people, we hope they will utilize this opportunity to learn about agriculture for those who are now whetting their appetite in the fields. And for those who are already into the fields, like our students from GSA and NARI, as well as our secondary school students, taking in information, collecting those pamphlets, and not just giving them the usual toss when we get back to the office or to school or to work, but perusing the information and learning about sustainable agriculture. I spoke to some representatives from Trinidad and Tobago at UPL yesterday, and they're a team that is quite happy about Guyana's low carbon deficit, and they aim as well to help Guyana and Guyanese, all farmers who have businesses and practice farming here, to get more into sustainable agriculture, to get more into the use of environmentally friendly pesticides and fungicides when dealing with their crops and their livestock.
Yes, and agriculture is now for everybody. So as a student, you don't have to wait until you graduate school to get involved in agriculture. If you have yard space, then the NARI is willing to afford you the opportunity of becoming involved in shade house farming. This is a new and innovative form of agriculture in which you are insulated against the vagaries of the wet. The President's Shade House Initiative, Youth Entrepreneurship and Innovation Project, will see the construction of some 500 shade houses. 52 of those shade houses have already been constructed at Monrepo, and nearly half of them have been planted. These will allow those youths who are involved in that project to benefit from the financial windfall that will come their way because of them being able to sell their produce. And this is basically about high-value crops. We will now join Anadia on the balcony. She's going to be giving us a bird's eye view of what's happening inside the cultural center as we move closer to the start of the opening ceremony today. As I mentioned earlier, the dignitaries are coming down to make their way to the front of the cultural center, to the vantage point that will allow them to be able to access the stage quickly to make their presentations, those who will be making those presentations. And so it is that things are about to get underway here at the National Cultural Center for the start of the opening ceremony for the Expo, the Agriculture Forum and Expo, that is slated to begin at 1 o'clock today. Is it 1 o'clock? So we'll be bringing you coverage as the day progresses, and of course, bringing you updates from time to time. We see the Honorable Vice President, Dr. Barrett Jagdeo, backing us there. He's engaging in conversation, and he has been also promoting the value and wealth-generating potential of agriculture across the board. He hasn't been talking to the traditional stakeholders as such. He has been engaging across the board, especially with our youths, giving them the message, of course, that government is there to support their efforts in agriculture in whatever form that involvement may be. There is, of course, lots of opportunity outside of the traditional forms of agriculture.
The heads of government will appear on stage in this order. We will start with Montserrat, followed by Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, Dominica, Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda, the Secretary General for CARICOM, Belize, and finally Guyana. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin by inviting firstly the Premier of Montserrat, Honorable Joseph Farrell. Next, the Deputy Prime Minister of Bahamas. And now the Deputy Prime Minister of Bahamas, Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to welcome into the auditorium the Deputy Prime Minister of Barbados, who will then be followed by the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Coming in now is the Deputy Prime Minister of Bahamas, Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper. Thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'll just invite you to take your seats as we continue with the procession of the heads of government in a moment.
our live broadcast here on NCN. Thank you for staying with us on the network. For those listening on the Voice of Guyana or joining via our social media pages, we're also streaming live in the diaspora via our colleague sister stations across CARICOM heads of states. In addition to the heads of government, we have at the National Cultural Center in Guyana today, which are the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Motley, the Prime Minister of Belize, also Chairman of CARICOM, the Honorable John Antonio Versenio, Prime Minister of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, and Deputy Prime Minister of the Bahamas, the Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper, as well as the Premier of Montserrat, the Honorable Joseph Farrell. We also have agriculture ministers representing Bahamas, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Belize, Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Dominica, and Barbados. Other ministers from Suriname, the Minister of Labor; from Trinidad, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs; from Barbados, the Foreign Affairs Minister; from Antigua and Barbuda, Foreign Affairs and Trade Minister. A number of key stakeholders and regional agencies are participating. And these include the IDB-Invest, the Inter-American Development Bank. We have the IFCWB, the International Financial Corporation, World Bank, the CDD, Central Development Bank, the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, International Organization of the Americas, specializing in agriculture and rural well-being. The World Food Programme, WFP, is the food assistance branch of the United Nations. It is the world's largest humanitarian organization focused on hunger and food security, and the largest provider of school meals as well. Global Affairs Canada, we have USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, RBL, Republic Bank Limited, and a number of key international and regional stakeholders as well. The agenda for today is official ceremony program here at the National Cultural Center, which is expected to culminate at noon. This will be followed by the heads of government heading over to the Arthur Chung Conference Center for the cutting of ribbon and a subsequent tour of the exhibition. Later in the afternoon, we're expecting a development partners roundtable, which will be moderated by the CARICOM Assistant Secretary General for Trade and Economic Integration, Mr. Joseph Cox. The expected participants and donors are IDB Invest, IFCWB, the CDB, the FAO, ICA, WFP, Global Affairs Canada, USAID, UK, and Republic Bank Limited, which we mentioned earlier. A musical interlude as we await the other arrivals here at the National Cultural Center. Continuing on some of the proceedings and expectations coming out of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. A welcome reception is expected to be hosted by His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand. As we now welcome the Deputy Prime Minister of Bahamas, Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper.
That's what we're thinking.
On we go with the procession of the heads of government. Please welcome Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. We now invite the Prime Minister of Dominica, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt. Ladies and gentlemen, the Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Amor Motley. Continuing with our procession of heads of government, Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Gaston Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, General of the Caribbean Community, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett. And now the Prime Minister of Belize and the Chairman of the Caribbean Community, CARICOM, Honorable John Antonio Bresenio. And now, His Excellency, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali.
His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and Mrs. Arya Ali, First Lady, Honorable Brigadier Retired Mark Phillips, Prime Minister of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Honorable Justice Yonette Cummings Edwards, Chancellor of the Judiciary, Honorable Mansour Nadir, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable John Antonio Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize and Chairman of the Honorable Gaston Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Mia Amor Motley QC, Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, Prime Minister of Dominica, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Isaac Chester, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation of Bahamas, Honorable Joseph Farrell, Prime Minister of Montserrat, Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, CBE, Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, Honorable Dr. Jean Leon, President of the Caribbean Development Bank, Honorable Dr. Barrett Jagdeo, Vice President of Guyana, Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, Chairman of the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security of CARICOM, and Minister of Agriculture of Guyana, and other members of the Cabinet of Guyana, Honorable Ministers of Government of Member States of the Caribbean Community, members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of regional and international organizations, including the FAO and ICA, students of the Guyana School of Agriculture and secondary schools in Guyana, members of the media, invitees all. A very good morning to you and welcome to the opening ceremony of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2022. Having established the protocols I just did, I urge all speakers to reference them in the interest of time, given our distinguished but long list of speakers this morning. I do this knowing very well that many speakers will feel compelled to just follow their script or to embrace a more Caribbean-type protocol, which includes a hail up or a shout out. I, for example, protocol notwithstanding, am struggling not to shout out Mia Motley and ask her if she brought any news for me from my Bajan family in St. Lucie. Talking about family, what we have today is really a family occasion. The Caribbean family is making a giant leap forward. The Judeo-Christian scriptures in Ecclesiastes states that there's a time for everything. For the Caribbean family, this is time for we catch we self. Throughout post-colonial history, the Caribbean has searched for a basis on which to build our mostly absent and sometimes fragile unity. But I think that today, we catch we self. Historically, we were brought here for the generation of agricultural wealth. Everything is in our favor: the atmosphere, the climate, the weather, and the people. And at our founding, we fed ourselves and we fed large swaths of Western Europe. It's time that we catch ourselves and do it again. Let's get our show on the road. I would now like to invite Her Excellency Dr. Carla Barnett, CBE, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Community, to make welcoming remarks. Dr. Barnett.
Can I get this? I'm a little bit short, sir. Good morning, everyone. Protocol having been excellently set out for us. Can you bring this on a little bit? Thank you very much. Yes. Permit me to recognize Your Excellency, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Corporate Republic of Guyana, Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize and Chairman of the Conference of Heads of Government of CARICOM, other heads of government, honorable ministers, members of cabinet, heads of regional institutions, international partners, members of the diplomatic corps, young people present, ladies and gentlemen. We have come together today to make another important step on our journey towards reducing the regional food import bill by 25% by 2025. This clear objective set by CARICOM heads of government requires rebooting of our agriculture sector to improve production and productivity and intra-regional trade. That is what investing in Vision 25 by 2025 is all about. For the Caribbean community, investing in Vision 25 by 2025 for greater food and nutrition security is not just a concept, but an urgent necessity. It is a statement of commitment by the heads of government, which demonstrates that the time for action is now. The path to the transformation of our regional food systems is in our hands. We undertake this task at a time of great global uncertainty. Not only has the COVID-19 pandemic exacted a significant toll on our economies, but we are now facing increased prices for food, fuel, and other basic goods due to the war in Ukraine and long-lasting supply chain disruptions. This adds to the stresses on the livelihoods of vulnerable people in our populations, increases the cost of doing business, and places additional pressures on governments' budgets. With the ongoing removal of the restrictions that came with the pandemic, our economies are now poised to recover some of the ground lost during these trying times. This is a stressful time that is testing our resilience significantly. However, I believe that the spirit of cooperation, which we have always shown in times of adversity, will be the bedrock on which we overcome the current challenges. Our tourism sector, which has many linkages throughout our economies, has thankfully started to recover and will contribute to recovery, however uneven, across our countries. Agriculture, though, is what we are focusing on single-mindedly today. It has the potential to contribute significantly to economic recovery and resilience and drive socioeconomic development for the region. It is a major pillar upon which we can build to develop the human and economic capital which exists within our region. Today, we do not only stress the importance of increased investment in our food and agriculture sector if we are to meet our goal of greater food and nutrition security, we also demonstrate the willingness to do the level of planning and execution together with the full range of stakeholders that we need to be working with together to achieve the 25 by 2025 vision. From investors to farmers to technology providers to agriculture processors, agro-processors to consumers. With food prices now at their highest level since 2008, we are doing what we must do to seize this challenge as the opportunity to increase our own production for trade within regional markets and further afield. We are not underestimating the task at hand. Success will require increased support from our governments to alleviate the technological, logistical, and financing constraints faced by our producers. All this will require hard decisions to be made on the allocation of funding to agriculture and rural development, agricultural research, national transportation, those allied sectors and services that play important roles in bringing technological solutions to farming communities and bring production to market. Private investment is crucial for sustained growth of production and productivity in agriculture, as in any sector. This is why it is very heartening to see that so many investors have responded to the call to actively participate in this important event. There will be a lot of follow-up work to be done. There are concrete results from this engagement, and we are move to achieve Vision 25 by 2025, we must take deliberate steps to ensure that we recognize the role that women and youth already play as farmers, but we must fully also integrate our women and youth into our mainstream planning for agriculture development. I am therefore happy to note that there will be special sessions dedicated to addressing the concerns and aspirations of these two important groups of stakeholders. This forum and expo seeks to provide opportunities for investment, new project development, and technological advancement for the CARICOM agri-food system. The results and outcomes of this event must serve as a medium to enhance the production efficiency, livelihoods, and competitiveness of our hardworking farmers, agro-processors, and marketers who stand to benefit from the various technological, logistical, and financial solutions that are on offer. I take this opportunity to offer a special thank you to His Excellency Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, for his dynamic leadership as lead head of government for agriculture in the CARICOM quasi-cabinet, and for having had the foresight not only to conceive of this investment forum and expo, but for having put dedicated resources and so much of his own energy into moving the entire program of regional agricultural revitalization forward. I also thank the government of Guyana, the Minister of Agriculture and his staff, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and his staff, and other ministries involved in hosting this event for putting in place the resources, logistical arrangements, and the planning necessary to deliver it in a relatively short time. It is my wish that the deliberations and interactions over the next few days will be highly productive, and that we would have moved the process of agricultural revitalization forward in a very meaningful way. Thank you, and I welcome everyone to this wonderful event.
Thank you, Dr. Barnett. Whenever I have the privilege of introducing our relatively young president, I could never resist the urge to say that Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali has the best opportunity in the history of Guyana to truly transform Guyana and now to influence change in the region as a whole. Dr. Ali, as I've said before, will certainly bring the dreams and aspirations of a generation like mine into reality in a relatively short time.
Thank you. Most gracious.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali.
Thank you very much. Please, please. Thank you very much. Please, please, my distinguished brothers and sisters, I won't say on stage, my distinguished brothers and sisters at the front line, because at the end of the day, it stops at the front line. Whether it's good or bad, whether it's challenging or an opportunity, it stops at the front line. And sometimes people see it as a stage gathering or the head table, as you will call it. But for us, it is the front line. And we are very humbled, I am very humbled by this opportunity to join with my dear brothers and sisters in not only launching and participating in this Agri-Investment Forum, but in sending a strong, singular message. That is, together we are ready to move forward in every aspect of the food production system in this region. From production to trade relations, to issues of markets, of barriers, every single issue, transport and logistics, every single issue is on the table, because we recognize if we cannot address these issues in a collective, multifaceted manner, then we will not be able to bring the long-term solutions that are so critically required. And that is why the private sector is the center of what we are doing. And the private sector here includes the farmers. But why are we here? By 2030, global use of cereal, wheat, corn, and soya is projected to increase to 3 million tons. Developing countries will account for almost 90% of this projected increase. 3/4 of the increase is attributed to feed consumption, with expanding livestock and poultry sectors. We are already seeing the pressure on the poultry sector and livestock because of feed input costs, and this is not expected to get better. Maize prices increased by 20% in the first quarter of 2022, exceeding its July 2012 record prices. Wheat prices are forecasted to increase by more than 40% by 2022, while consumption is expected to increase by 12%. The challenge for developing countries and us in CARICOM is not only the rise in prices, but the supply. As the vaccination war taught us, our position in the line is definitely not in front. Global production of mutton is expected to grow by 15%, whilst consumption is expected to grow to 18 million tons by 2030. Production will just be keeping a pace with consumption. The same can be said for dairy. The production growth by 2030 is projected at 1.7% per annum, while per capita consumption of dairy products is projected to increase by 1.2% per annum. As I speak to you this morning, there is a global shortage of baby formula all across territories. A global shortage of baby formula. Fertilizer has seen a 100% increase as of March 2022, while CARICOM has reported a 17.1% increase in transport expenses due to higher bunker prices and charter rates. Global fish production reached 179 million tons in 2018. Close to 50% of this production came from aquaculture. 50% of this came from aquaculture. The state of marine fisheries stock continues to decline, with a portion of fish stock being within biological sustainable levels, decreasing from 90% in 1974 to 65.8% in 2017. From 90% to 65.8%. The Caribbean region is located in the FAO fisheries area, termed the Western Central Atlantic. Only 61.4% of the assessed stock was fished within biologically sustainable levels in 2017. Catches peaked at 2.5 million metric tons in 1984 and declined to 1.2 million metric tons in 2014. This represents a 70% decline. If this trend continues by 2030, less than 50% of marine stocks in the Caribbean will be fished sustainably. Management measures can arrest this, but climate change may accelerate this further downwards. It can therefore be easily assumed that marine stocks will continue to decline in the region, and any increase in the fisheries supply will come from either imports or aquaculture production and expansion. The choice is ours. The decision is therefore very simple. If we are to secure our production, we must take action and expand our aquaculture industry, as extra-regional supplies will become more costly given the anticipated global decline. Extra-regional supplies from aquaculture will be even more costly given the sharp rise in input costs such as feed. In 2020, we imported close to 100,000 metric tons of fish and fish products amounting close to 340 million United States dollars. In Guyana and the rest of the region, the proposed path must be to improve management of the fisheries sector, to invest in aquaculture to supply farm freshwater and saltwater species to replace declining catches, to invest in aquaculture to produce fishery products to replace declining supply, to invest in agriculture to produce the components for aquaculture feed supply, to enable the feeding and production of farm fish and shrimp, to convert the waste and byproduct of capture fisheries to produce fish and meal for aquaculture feed, and to facilitate the supply of cheap power to enable the processing of soybean into soy meal. To facilitate strategic business development partnership between private sector, fish farmers, financial institutions, governments, and markets. In Guyana, we have undertaken several initiatives to achieve the 25 by 2025 target. Our current production and where we want to be. Poultry, we are currently producing 50,000 metric tons. We project to take this to 90,000 metric tons by 2025. Corn and soya, our present production is 4,300 metric tons. We project to increase this to 35,000 metric tons by 2025. We currently produce 324,000 metric tons of vegetables. We project to take this to 400,000 metric tons by 2025. Rice, our current production is 560 metric tons. We project to take this to 847,000 metric tons by 2025. To reduce our import bill, which is approximately 30 million United States dollars, we have entered into partnership and collaboration with our private sector, building consortium with our farmers and young people in the production of high-value crops, corn and soya, a special project with the young people to launch shade houses, a project we will launch today with young people for shrimp farming, an investment of 651 million Guyana dollars has been allocated just for the corn and soya project, supporting the consortium in reaching this target. So we are matching the targets with the incentives and investment from the government. In aquaculture, we've invested more than $100 million in our brackish water shrimp production, which increased from 250,000 kilograms just a year ago to 1.2 million kilograms in 1 year. This tells the story that we have the ability and we have the know-how to do this once we embrace this path. We intend to invest another 150 million Guyana dollars to boost this production by more than 50%. We're investing 200 million Guyana dollars towards the development of a growth farm for Pacific white-legged shrimp. We're investing 40 million Guyana dollars to facilitate research and developing breed programs of indigenous, commercially viable freshwater species to conduct. We are presently conducting field trials. Wheat, another important area for a global threat right now because of the war in Ukraine. We have embarked on a research to see whether there is a variety of wheat that can be planted in Guyana to meet our national needs and then to further expand to our regional needs. So far, we have seen tremendous success in the trials. In logistics, we're investing heavily in the infrastructure, farm-to-market roads, and other key infrastructure to support this sector. In partnership with our sister CARICOM state, Barbados, we will soon launch a food terminal in Barbados. We are expected to our first 1,000 black belly sheep from Barbados to boost our production. We have earmarked one of our regions in Guyana as a livestock capital of Guyana and the region. The two countries have agreed to a shade house initiative, which will see the setting up of 50 shade houses in Barbados. The opportunities we are looking at in the future includes investing in marine cage technology in the riverine areas, starting with cages for tilapia and tambaqui, two different breed of fish that is becoming very popular here locally. In terms of fertilizer, we are looking at establishing a fertilizer production plant locally with the gas to energy project as an offshoot of the gas to energy project so that it can help us in terms of our input costs. And to encourage agro-processing, we intend to reduce the cost of energy by 50% by 2025. This, of course, will boost agro-processing and help us in this regard. We're also exploring ways to tap into the global industrial hemp market, which will reach US $12.01 billion by 2028. Guyana has laid our legislation for the hemp industry a few days ago in the National Assembly. I say now, the Forbes magazine of April 26, 2022 had perhaps one of the most frightening headlines for the region. The caption headline was, and I quote, "In the Caribbean, severe food insecurity has increased by 72% in the last year." The article cited a survey administered by the Caribbean Community in association with the World Food Programme and estimated that the prevalence of severe food insecurity has increased by 72% since the onset of the pandemic and by 44% compared to a year ago. The report estimated the number of food insecure persons in the region at 39%. 93% of the respondents in the survey reported higher prices for food, with 80% of our food consumption coming from extra-regional sources. I say all of this not to create a frightening position, but for us to understand the reality on which we reach today. And in understanding that reality, we, the leaders of CARICOM, through this Agri-Investment Forum, must send a strong message. We must correct the imbalance. We are and we must be prepared to achieve the target of 2025. We cannot lose this momentum. As a region, we cannot continue the importation of billions of dollars in products that we can produce right here locally. Vision 25 is looking at investment by countries to collectively reduce these imports by 25%. In achieving this, there are many challenges facing us, all of which we are working to resolve in partnership with the private sector in the areas of financing, logistics and transport, improving primary production, improving agri-processing, linking market to produce, and most importantly, create barriers that continue to haunt our efforts at working as a collective. As leaders, our overarching strategy should be aimed at streamlining procedures for exports and imports, a time-bound commitment to the removal of barriers, developing a pre-clearance system for the export of goods so as to reduce bureaucracy and spoilage, standardization of certification process, technical support in developing business proposals for farmers, incentivize agricultural lands for financial institutions, greater involvement of youth and women in the production chain, the privatization with government incentive of regional logistics and regional cargo infrastructure. Here in Guyana, we have set ourselves a target in the Shade House project and the livestock project of 20%, at least 20% of those farms to be owned by women. And we have a high percentage of youth participation, very high percentage of youth participation in the Shade House project. For a matter of fact, the company that was set up for this is owned completely by young people who are graduates from the University of Guyana and the Guyana School of Agriculture. There is much more that I would like to say, but we have many of my distinguished colleagues who will continue to elaborate on many of these issues. But I cannot leave this podium by thanking the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Agriculture, the Government of Guyana, CARICOM Secretariat, the Ministerial Task Force, for this outstanding job in bringing together this conference in less than 3 months with more than close to 600 registered delegates, more than 250 companies, of which more than 50% are international companies, more than 20 donor agencies and international financial institutions, regional financial institutions. So I ask you to give them a resounding round of applause for this great work. I end by saying to you, the time is now. The will is there. Together, we have no other choice but to create a win for CARICOM under these challenging food security times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Ali. For the record, President Ali is the lead responsibility for agriculture, agricultural diversification, food security, including the Regional Transformational Program and bananas. We now move to remarks that will be presented by the Chairman of the Caribbean Community, the Honorable John Antonio Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, colleague heads of government, ministers of government, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here in Guyana with President Ali and the wonderful Guyanese people who have opened up their city and hearts to all of us who have journeyed here for this very important event. The last time I was here, the president was your Vice President Jack Deo, a much better looking young man at that time. But good to see you again, Vice President. So it's been a long time, and you know how things have changed since that time. I think it was around 2005, 2006. And thank you, my dear friend, President Ali, for the excellent hospitality you have provided for all of us. I am pleased to be here with all of you for this very important event. For sure, this is an opportune time for us to be discussing agriculture and, to a greater extent, food security. Why? Because the Caribbean community continues to be affected by a number of global events, which can and indeed have a negative effect on our region's ability to ensure food security for our people. Some of these immediate effects include the COVID-19 pandemic, challenges resulting from the disruptions in the global supply chain, the high and increasing cost of agro inputs, most recent, the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia, and yes, climate change. Each of these alone would have been enough to seriously disrupt our fragile economies, let alone all of them taken together. But we need not despair. Instead, we must appreciate the fact that we have our dedicated CARICOM farmers and agro-processors who are knowledgeable enough and skilled enough to take advantage of the many opportunities that currently exist in our region to attain food security and enhanced economic activity. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time that CARICOM is organizing an agri-business investment forum and expo. And across the region, we welcome this initiative. Investing in Vision 25 by 2025 is the theme chosen for this event. It is more than a catchy slogan. It is, in effect, a plan which intends to see our region reduce its dependency on food imports and products by 25% over the next 3.5 years. To do this, we, the member states that make up CARICOM, will have to work with our agro-producers to foster accelerated and targeted investment in food production. During our last CARICOM heads of government meeting, we acknowledged that our agri-food sector accounts for more than 20% employment in the region. Like Belize, Guyana is blessed with abundant agricultural land and a people able and capable of tilling the fertile soil. This is why we are so excited about the leadership role President Ali is playing as the lead for agriculture and food security. Congratulations, President Ali. Wonderful job. Already we know that agriculture represents a clear opportunity for increased investment in agricultural production and agro-processing. It is therefore imperative that action is taken to maximize the benefits of present opportunities. See, in spite of the current global challenges, there are abundant opportunities in this sector that can result in enhancing our goal to ensure regional food security as well as increasing economic activity. As heads, we are convinced that President Ali's plans for agricultural development in the region are realistic. More so, they are imperative if we are to achieve food security for our CARICOM region. Also, 25% reduction in our region's food import bill by 2025 would significantly increase the production of homegrown products such as poultry, corn, soy, shrimp, cooking oils, juices and beverages, animal feed, fish, cattle, vegetables, sugar, and so many other food products. We have the potential to produce most of our food and in doing so, attain economic resilience and development. All member countries have excellent farmers and agro-producers who deserve their government's support in policy initiatives, financial and technical assistance to improve their competitive edge. As a CARICOM region, we must do better to remove those technical barriers to trade that most of us impose on each other. Let us instead use our efforts and energies to adopt policies to support the growth of the agro-productive sector, improve market facilitation, and develop intra-regional transportation. This CARICOM Agri-Investment Forum and Expo is bringing together investors from all over the region to facilitate business engagements and to develop investment opportunities. This then is our chance to facilitate and support our private sectors in making this a reality. In Belize, we have pledged a robust return to our agro-productive sector. Indeed, it was our commitment to agriculture that caused the Belizean economy to grow by 12% last year during the height of the pandemic when our tourism industry lost millions. Today, we in Belize are fully committed to our agricultural goal, which we term from farm to table with love. It means we grow what we eat and we eat what we grow. I am convinced that it is the right time for our region to invest in our agro-productive sector and the right time to start establishing strategic partnerships to realize the tremendous opportunities for growth, and in so doing will move us closer to ensuring regional food security. I assure that such an investment would bear good fruit and set our region on the right path to achieving meaningful human development for all our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, and Chairman of the Caribbean Community. We're now going to have a bit of entertainment from the National Dance Company, and after the entertainment, my colleague Michelle Abraham Ali will take us through the remainder of the program. Michelle.
Bire mazak wuro nogong moro wia kommanoro tiji ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Coastal plains, plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jurima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say one and alone can't have lots of lots. Put her hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Indeed, we are one Guyana as we prepare to celebrate our 56th independence anniversary next week. This is the opening ceremony of Agri-Investment Forum and Expo under the theme Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Antigua and Barbuda is home to thousands of Guyanese, and they have contributed to that twin island nation in many ways, including culinary choices. This means that over the decades, the farmers and vendors, they've been supplying like Bora and Karaigla and Callaloo. And so Antigua and Barbuda has been a major destination for Guyana's agricultural produce by air. To give remarks at the opening ceremony, it's now my pleasure to invite Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Gaston Brown.
Thank you very much, Madam Co-Chair. I presume it's the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Antigua, and Barbuda. I acknowledge my dear friend, brother, the President, Dr. Erfanali, other colleague heads, to include our chairman, John Brasino, of course, the ministers present here today, Secretary General, other officials as established by the opening protocols, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome this important and timely initiative by President Irfan Ali to focus attention on agriculture in the region, particularly in the context of food security and nutrition. The urgent achievement of food security is an imperative to avoid future catastrophic consequences. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if CARICOM is to succeed with attaining regional food security and achieve a high standard of agri-food production, the infrastructure must be supported by an inclusive development policy to include continuous direct investment and a modernized legal framework which accounts for the required standards and quality of our products. Equally important to the sector's sustainability is the implementation of innovative actions and the adoption of modern agricultural techniques, including the use of information communication technologies, ICTs, to effectively manage the sector in achieving sustained production of good quality products. The consequential effects of COVID and the war on Ukraine have demonstrated in stark terms the interconnectivity of our globalized world. None of our countries has escaped the impact of increased petroleum prices, the shortage of fertilizer, and the higher prices for food products occasioned by constraints on supply. I draw attention to the worrying observation by the World Bank that the price of fertilizers has increased by as much as 178% between March 2021 and March 2022. The price of urea, one of the most important and widely used fertilizers, has now reached an all-time high. Shortages of food products around the world have resulted in the highest rate of inflation for over 4 decades. Colleagues, the high prices are affecting the poor and the most vulnerable in our societies, and we must act urgently to protect them. In short, the world is facing a crisis in food production and supply that has exponentially increased the cost of food to every nation, including ours in the Caribbean community, with implications for political stability and national security. This situation exposes our vulnerabilities more profoundly, especially the food insecurity of our region. The rapid escalation in the price for fertilizer should be a strong signal to us as a region of the importance of our countries acting together to invest in machinery to produce fertilizer. And I would have listened carefully to the distinguished president of Guyana about establishing your own facility to produce fertilizer, but I believe that this is an area for regional collaboration. The present situation may be an opportunity for Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago to explore the possibility of utilizing their gas capacity to strengthen and expand Trinidad's existing facility so as to produce fertilizer to satisfy the region's needs and to end our vulnerability to external vagaries. I hope this idea might be pursued, including by the two governments, while inviting all CARICOM governments to invest in the enterprise as owners, making it a truly regional undertaking. Our region ought not to continue to be susceptible to external factors for fertilizer if we have the capacity to cure it, and we certainly do. CARICOM must quickly enhance agricultural production capacities to levels that can insulate the region from external shocks and to ensure food sovereignty, food security, and adequate nutrition. Mr. Chairman, each of our countries come from different conditions to the point of recognizing the crucial importance of producing and supplying food within our region. If we could achieve a high level of food production and supply within the region, we would not only significantly decrease the dependence of many of our countries on food importation from outside the region, but we could also reduce costs. But achieving food sufficiency on the basis of individual country production will not be possible for all countries. That is the reality. For example, my own country, Antigua and Barbuda, is subject to long periods of droughts, such as the period we are now enduring. This arid condition is not conducive to sustained and competitive agricultural production in traditional ways. To maintain and increase water supply for domestic consumption and commercial operations, including agricultural production, we are compelled to invest in very expensive reverse osmosis plants. This makes water very costly, escalating the cost of agricultural production and rendering the price of our products uncompetitive and, in any event, insufficient for our needs. Nonetheless, we recognize the importance of developing and maintaining some level of agricultural production to reduce our import dependency, reduce foreign exchange leakage, and to produce more nutritious foods in tackling the escalating NCD crisis. To do so, we have been investing in water production and in new technologies such as hydroponics, as well as in training and retraining our farming community in new modern farming techniques. We also have to find a means of providing lines of credit, crop insurance, and commitments to purchase and distribute the produce of small farmers. And I know too that President Ali would have done some work in this area, and at least there's one regional institution so far that would have pledged about $100 million in funding. And again, I want to take this opportunity to commend President Ali for his leadership. We thank you. Now, there is the disheartening occurrence of predial larceny. This is a problem in my country about which my government will have to consider introducing very harsh penalties. But the problem is not in Antigua and Barbuda alone. In 2010, the estimated direct losses from predial larceny in the region amounted to US $321 million. It was described as the most discouraging aspect of agriculture. It would be useful to all our countries if there was a regional approach to matters such as lines of credit, crop insurance, predial larceny, and machinery to purchase the produce of small farmers by contract. Perhaps arising from the discussions at this meeting, there may come concrete plans to advance these considerations. Mr. Chairman, as long ago as 2005, CARICOM governments agreed on a framework for the repositioning of Caribbean agriculture. That plan came to be known as the Jagdio Initiative after Barrett Jagdio, the then president of Guyana, who spearheaded it. When the Jagdio Initiative was adopted in 2005, the region's food import bill was $1.8 billion US dollars. At the end of last year, 2021, the food import bill had quadrupled to more than $5 billion United States dollars. I venture to estimate that the present global circumstances would have seen an increase in the import bill, possibly in the region of about $6 billion US dollars and rising. It is also important to note that a joint survey by the CARICOM Secretariat and World Food Program estimated severe food insecurity in the Caribbean to have increased by 72% since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last few weeks, this figure evidently would have dramatically worsened. Let me recall that our region failed to implement the 2005 Jagdio Initiative, and over the last 17 years, we have suffered for our inaction. Let us all learn from this experience. Contributing to the failure were several factors, and I wish to highlight just three of them in the interest of time. One was poor coordination of the work programs of the many agencies concerned with agricultural production in the region. The second was limited access to commercially available finance because of inadequacy of bankable projects. And the third, and most important, was and remains inadequate intra-regional transport. And I will address that matter briefly. Unfortunately, it is easier to ship commodities from Miami than within our region. Mr. Chairman, the original Jagdio Initiative and the refinements since introduced by President Ali represent a good starting point for action arising from this meeting. We need to move from rhetoric to firm decisions for the advancement of the region's agricultural sector in achieving food sovereignty and food security. We must also resolve to act urgently in our own interests, including by honoring the terms of the CARICOM Treaty and not permitting breaches of it by, let's say, countries that from time to time impose these illegal non-tariff barriers on goods, particularly products from other member states. And based on the claps, I know you know exactly which countries I'm speaking about. My dear friends, I end my remarks with the last observation. A regional approach is necessary to increase food production in all of our territories, but it is not sufficient to produce more food if we fail to establish the means to transport and distribute it. Let us not fool ourselves. If we do not have adequate transportation, then all of our efforts will be in vain. In this regard, reliable regional transportation by air and by sea is imperative and urgently requires attention. There's a tendency in this region in which we have some free riders. Everyone wants transportation, but no one wants to pay for it. We have to implement a program of shared benefit and shared burden. So I implore our colleagues to address this very important issue of transportation urgently. Mr. Chairman, all these circumstances come in as many of our economies are still struggling to emerge from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic amid extremely high oil prices pose a very serious challenge to our region. Therefore, there is every reason why together our countries must view food insecurity as a grave threat to our well-being and declare war on it. Colleagues, it is a truism that no nation, no integrated region or integration region can be great if it cannot feed itself. I therefore implore us to act now to address our food insecurity and to make our region great. I thank you. Much love and blessings.
Thank you, Prime Minister Brown. Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Guyana and Barbados, we have shared a deep history beyond the colonial reason for us being here. And as Alex mentioned, thousands of Guyanese, we share the same DNA with thousands of Barbados, because many Barbadians at one stage in our history had come to work in the sugar industry. And so we share a common heritage, we share a common destiny to increase and improve the quality of our food production. We will now hear remarks on pursuing CSME and removing barriers to enhance agri-trade within the region from the Honourable Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Amor Motley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Excellency, my brother, the President of Guyana, distinguished heads of government, distinguished members of Cabinet of Guyana and the rest wider Caribbean, leaders of business and international organizations, above all else, the students and young people of Guyana, because we're doing this for you. Good morning, all. We are here together at a most critical time in our history. As of May 17th, 2022, export restrictions were put in place on palm oil in Indonesia. Increased export restrictions have been imposed by Russia on sunflower seeds, sunflower oil, and wheat. Ukraine has banned exports of wheat and oats. Argentina has extended export restrictions on beef products until 2023. India and Kazakhstan, most recently, have restricted exports of wheat. It is expected that there will be more restrictions as we go on by governments to safeguard their food supply in the face of soaring inflation. Large shipments of grain are still delayed in the Ukraine port, blockaded by the war. My friends, what more do we need? There is still the picture that speaks 1,000 words of the thousands of ships outside the port of Shanghai waiting to be able to move supplies globally, in and out. Those supply chain disruptions didn't start this year. They started during the course of the pandemic. They have simply become exacerbated in the last 2 to 3 months. We are already familiar with them because we had the export restrictions on us with PPE and ventilators at the beginning, and we understood then in a very real way, as you heard from President Ali this morning, that we are simply not large enough to be seen and not loud enough to be dealt with, neither individually or, regrettably, collectively. My friends, we are at that moment in time where it is up to us to stand up to the challenge or to recognize that the consequences of it will indeed be difficult and potentially devastating for our people. And while we await the global initiatives to be announced by the UN Secretary General and the Global Crisis Response Team that he has established on food, energy, and financing, with the expectation that what the world faces will be more challenging than what we faced in 2008 to 2010, we have a responsibility to take preemptive action in this region to protect our people. And that is why all of us meet in Georgetown today against this backdrop. A crisis like no other is before us. And may I say that when we first set the target, indeed, I remember like yesterday, when the regional ministers of agriculture met in Barbados in September 2018, and we issued the challenge I issued then and said, why are we not resuscitating the Jagdeo initiative? And in so doing, why can't we set ourselves a simple target of reducing food imports regionally by 25% by 2025? Little did we know how apt that challenge would be for this moment in time. Little did we realize that rather than 25, President Ali, it might well have to be 50 by 2025, given what we have just said. This crisis, as I said, deepens like no other. And we don't have the luxury to ignore it. When the heads of government met to establish the single market and single economy in 1989 in Grenada, we had very clear ambitions. And we have now to ensure that this is not a long-awaited dream of men and women meeting in Grenada, but that this can become the reality of our people. And therefore, this morning, very briefly, I want to speak to food security in the context of the CSME. Because, as you heard from my brother, Prime Minister of Antigua, without us addressing certain aspects of it, it would become a futile effort. The entire Caribbean region also has to be viewed not just as the population of CARICOM of 15 million or so, or 18 million, sorry, with 18 million, but with the visitors that we receive on an annual basis, whose responsibility it is ours to feed. And when we look at that, we are then looking at a base of over 32 million people. But it then requires us to have a different mindset, because we bring people to this region and we want to feed them what they eat from where they come, rather than understanding that it is our responsibility to be unique and different, and it is our responsibility to give them a flavor that might entice them to return. Mr. President, I single out Guyana because, in a very real sense, your journey through the 70s and 80s and 90s and 2000s have indigenized so much of what you eat here that the rest of us in this region would do well to follow the example, to change our dietary habits and to change our tastes, because it is not only good economics, it is better for each and every one of us individually as we fight the dreaded spectacle of chronic NCDs. But it isn't only a government decision. We need to bring on our distributors and retail trade. We need to bring on our restaurateurs and our hoteliers. The notion that you come to the Caribbean and you drink juice out of a tin made in some other part of the world is as offensive as it can possibly be to an independent Caribbean than I could think of. Where is the fresh juice from Guyana or from Dominica or from St. Vincent? Where is it? Where are the fresh herbs? It is true that they're herbs and herbs. We may well have done better with one than the other, even if not intentionally. My friends, there has to be a change in mindset. And I'm not sure, President Ali or Vice President Jagdeo, whether it was in this building that the CARICOM heads of government met in 1986. Perhaps I should ask Sir Ronald. I'm not sure if it was in this building. But if it was not in this building, it is certainly in this town. When Errol Barrow stood here and reminded us that irrespective of whatever governments do, we as Caribbean people, as you heard just now in the introduction of Antigua, in the introduction of Barbados, are family. And that those family bonds are pursued on a daily basis without reference to the rest of the bureaucratic obstacles or governmental intransigence and lethargy. We have a responsibility now to change mindsets and to change policies. Our SPS regime, sanitary and phytosanitary regime, must be modernized to ensure that safe foods can enter, circulate, and exit the single economic space efficiently. And I will deal with it from our perspective because I'm not pointing fingers at anyone. In Barbados, we have a responsibility also to be more agile with respect to those things that we do to allow goods into our own territory from the region, as we will expect every other territory in the Caribbean community so to do. Because if we don't make the steps now to remove the barriers, God knows how we can create the productive base that President Ali has so masterfully drafted for us in terms of the plans to expand productivity and to expand production. Similarly, we have to ensure that our ports of entry, as you heard from Prime Minister Brown, are priority areas of investment to facilitate the movement of cargo and people. And in this moment when maritime transport is at its greatest challenge, we have to recognize that the bridge to resuscitating Caribbean tourism air transport may well be having regional air cargo moving to help offset the investment to move our people. We may need to look at different planes, and we may need to look at more regular traffic. And that is why the example shown to us in Belize when we went to the last heads of government with the use of the grand caravans, with the regularity of movement, may well be the solution for us, rather than these large aircrafts that move once or twice a day. Our people need regular, affordable access to air transport, and not just simply on a periodic basis. In addition, my friends, we also have to ensure that the population and the reality of our population is taken into account. Our population in this region is aging. We have the profile of a developed country, all of us. And we are also underpopulated, and there's perhaps no country more underpopulated than you here in Guyana, in the Caribbean region. Belize has the size of Israel, but has a population of just about 400,000 as compared to Israel's 8 million. Suriname is bigger than the Netherlands, but the Netherlands boasts 17 million and Suriname has 580,000 people. We have, as a region, to establish a regional population commission to determine whether our anemic economic growth has not been as a result of a lack of population as much as other barriers that we continue to address on a continual basis. But that aging population is best found and represented where? Among the agricultural sector. That is where, regrettably, we have a problem. That a lot of the people working in agriculture in the Caribbean are elderly and older people. And we also know, as you heard from the Secretary General this morning, have also a high percentage of women who work in this sector. I want to share just something, and please allow me to do so, because I need to make a call for decent work for women and labor in agriculture in particular. We are not going to attract new people into agriculture if the conditions of work are not decent. And that is why I want to commend my own Minister of Agriculture, who is here in Darware, for working with the Barbados Workers Union, for ensuring that after centuries of indignity and exploitation, we now have in our larger plantations and farms mobile facilities for sanitary and kitchen facilities for our women who are working in the fields so that they do not have to suffer the indignity that has been theirs for centuries. But we can't build a future agricultural sector with an aging population. And that is why I'm so heartened to welcome this morning, in particular, the students that you have brought here, President Ali, because it is up to you, with the infusion of technology and the infusion of capital, to turn the experience of agriculture from that historic, awful scar that has been characterized with the modern settlement of the Caribbean to that wonderful opportunity to meet the world where the world needs us to meet us, not just to feed our own people, but to become the breadbasket of the Americas with what we produce and export to the Americas. And I trust and pray that in our ongoing discussions in the Americas, as we will soon have, that we put on the table not just climate and energy security, but food security. My friends, I know that my brother Prime Minister Skerritt will speak to the farmers and labor issues because he is the lead Prime Minister and has worked wonders in this area of movement of people over the course of his tenure as Prime Minister of Dominica and lead Prime Minister on this. For special and differential treatment, especially for small island developing states and landlocked countries. My friends, the bottom line is, what do we need to move forward and to increase production? What do we need? Production of safe food is critical. And we have, as we do so, to recognize that the international legislative or the international policy obligations on us for export ought to be adopted equally for regional trade. We can't be satisfying traceability and international certification outside of this region, but not within the region. And within the context of CSME, I hope that we will be able to do it. But more importantly, we also have to recognize that we need to address what are the inputs that we put in the growing of our food. I chair the One Health Global Initiative, and antimicrobial resistance is responsible now for the third largest number of deaths globally, either associated or attributable deaths after heart attacks and strokes. We cannot continue to use the kind of chemicals that will harm our people simply by making them incapable of fighting off the superviruses that are now killing us across the world. What do we also need? We need clean planting material. We need affordable inputs. We need to resolve the water issues driven by the groundwater crisis and the droughts as a result of climate. We need to be able to ensure that we have proper insurance for our farmers. We need to make sure that we can update and to put in place the technical support in the fields. We need to build our research capability. We need to adopt the suitable technology, as I said, for our young people to enhance productivity and competitiveness. We need to have effective storage and agro-processing so that we remove the word glut from our vocabulary. And we need to address, as Prime Minister Brown said, the vexatious issue of pre-deal larceny through technology and more effective enforcement. My friends, the goods must reach the consumers in a way that is safe and affordable. And it is up to us, working with farmers, retailers, distributors, transport providers, to bring this puzzle together. And President Ali, I want to salute you, Minister Mustafa in particular, and your team for ensuring that the Jagdeo initiative does not become a historic relic, but becomes something which all of us in the Caribbean need to breathe life to our people and our population. To do what you have done in the last 18 months is nothing short of phenomenal. And let me say, my friends, that we have suspected it for some time, but we now know it. Food and water are as important or more important than oil. As I close, let me wish you and the people of Guyana a happy 56th independence. We became independent countries in the same year, you in May and us in November. And therefore, when we talk about cooperation, it isn't only from the days of Barbadians coming here in the post-emancipation period to help you establish your sugar factories or to help teach or to help do other things within the administration of Guyana, but it was with you coming back also to establish modern industry in Barbados in the 1950s and 60s. And on the day after your independence, we herald that cooperation formally again, with you coming next Friday in Barbados to open our own major agricultural exhibition, AgroFest, to ensure that we don't only talk the talk, but we walk the walk. The Guyana-Barbados Food Terminal, the cooperation in black belly sheep, and the cooperation in aquaculture, the cooperation in shade houses. We can only get to the point of satisfying the increased food production by the small steps like these, country by country, working together. And on behalf of my own people, I thank you for being a willing partner for us. Colleagues, all, the moment has arrived, and we have prepared for such a time as this. Let us now to the charge, do the work, and make sure that Caribbean people don't only feed themselves, but we contribute to the feeding of the Americas. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Prime Minister, for your incredible energy, your drive, your commitment, not just to Barbados, but to the entire region. The moment has come. Can we do it? We absolutely can. As we continue, we head up to the noon hour. Our next speaker has a thriving banana industry in his country, but we'll not be hearing about that specifically. We'll hear more about transport and marketing integration as we now invite Prime Minister of Dominica, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit.
Thank you very much. Let me recognize my friend and colleague, President Ali, and my colleagues, especially our chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, friends all, good afternoon. I wanted to allow one of my delegation members to speak on my behalf because I brought with me two farmers from my country as part of my delegation. One is a very strong supporter of mine and one did not vote me in the last election. But they're two very productive farmers. And I want to say to us that we have the capacity and the ability to supply ourselves within the region with a lot of what we need to consume. And some of my colleagues would have alluded to some of the challenges that we face. The reality is, I can understand why is it that I'm able to export avocados to Europe and North America, but I cannot export it to some Caribbean countries. And I can understand how we export ginger, which is such a high demand to help fight COVID-19, but we cannot supply the region. But we can send it out to Europe and out to North America. So the reality is, the action to transform agriculture and give farmers that comfort and that confidence that they so need is within our hands. And I think we need to, as part of the process of advancing this very lofty and welcome initiative led by the President of Guyana, of which I am in total and absolute support of, I think we need to itemize the actions we need to take and take them. And take them. Because if we're to allow CARICOM or people to, or ordinary folks to feel that they're part of an integration process, farmers and fisher folk, they must be able to benefit from that process. And the reality is, in my country, we can supply the region with a wide variety of crops at affordable prices, and to safeguard the health of the region. And this all of this extra regional agricultural produce with also chemicals in it, causing a lot of health problems we have in the region today. CNC, we're scared of COVID-19. We should be really scared in the Caribbean of diabetes and hypertension. And then we have a high incidence of obesity in the region caused by what we eat. So this initiative is not only about economics, it's also about the well-being, the welfare of every citizen in the Caribbean region. We as governments, we speak about helping farmers. But in the process of attracting jobs in the tourism industry, we give concessions to these hotels to import food from outside the region. Can we not address this and say, let us first buy from your country, and that which you can't find from your country, you can find it from a brother or sisterly country within CARICOM? And so we have to remove all of these fictitious impositions that we put in. All hide under phytosanitary conditions and this and that. These are all just unnecessary actions that we take. And so I speak on behalf of the farmers and about access to farm labor to move within the region. But we're sending farm workers to Canada every year. And so we're helping the agriculture, we're helping the economy, but within our region we cannot help each other by allowing farm workers to move freely within our region. And so I'm really here to speak on behalf of the farmers. I'm a farmer myself. I am completely self-sufficient. I eat fruits every day, and every one of them come from my farm, grown by me. And so I speak here, my Prime Minister, St. Vincent's out there, and St. Lucia, and Grenada, and Windward Island. We have the capacity to supply a significant amount of food to the region. And we need to work together. We need to allow our produce to come in freely on unfettered manner, and allow the ordinary folks within the Caribbean to feel, for the first time, the true benefits of the integration. We have made a lot of good things happen within the CARICOM. But the ordinary folks, the farmers, the fishermen, this would help our economy so dramatically. And this is why I'm here, President Ali, in Guyana, to register Dominica's firm support for this initiative. And if we miss this opportunity, as we did with the JAGRI initiative, and JAGRI worked on this diligently for many years, and we failed to take the action. This has been precipitated, this current program has been precipitated by the challenges brought on by COVID-19 and the supply of food. So let us not let this opportunity that has been brought up by us by a crisis to elude us. We have our students here. I am very concerned about the future where food security is concerned if we do not concretize the recommendations in this 25 by 2025 and beyond initiative. And we as current leaders, I believe there is a political will to allow it to happen. The private sector must come on board and not display, a rush to profits and believing that you can get cheaper produce from outside in larger quantities and you flood the markets. No, let us allow everybody to survive within our Caribbean space. And the farmers need that. We can supply you, and these two farmers alone can supply you for a significant amount of supply within the region. And then if you add me to the mix, you can understand, And we have Farmer Brown from Antigua. So I want to thank you. I want to commend the leadership of Guyana. I remember back in the 80s, we had a small spar between Eugenia Childs and Forbes Burnham over rice and over soaps. And Eugenia Childs told Forbes Burnham, you could baby with your rice. We have excellent relations with the leadership of Guyana and the people of Guyana, and we look forward to working with you, President Ali, to realizing this tremendous effort that you put into one of the most important sectors in our Caribbean, agriculture and food production. And so let us all join forces. Let us all join forces to make this happen. It's not going to happen only because of us, and it's not going to happen by us only as political leaders in this country, or these islands. Every one of us, or the consumers, we cannot, as consumers, talk about agriculture, what government is doing for agriculture, and then we take our trolleys and we go to the supermarkets and we look for the foreign produce. That we believe that the beef coming from elsewhere is not comparable to the beef coming from Guyana. So if each of us here and those who are listening to us, the millions who are listening to us within the Caribbean region, were to make a decision today that we're supporting Caribbean produce, we will solve our problem. We will solve the problem. Notwithstanding, and then you would put political pressure on these leaders to remove all the barriers that they have in your countries. Because you would be saying to them, I do not want any ginger coming from a country that doesn't have land. I want Dominica ginger. And let us have it recognized on the supermarket shelves. Let's pass regulations to force the supermarkets to put CARICOM produce. In our government, we have a very firm policy. We support Caribbean goods first and foremost. We don't buy any rice but the rice that comes from Guyana. our state-owned entity that imports rice. We don't buy any sugar except the sugar that comes from Guyana. That's our policy. We don't buy any flour except the flour that comes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Even if sometimes the price is high, we are cushioned because we understand if we can keep the dollars in the Caribbean region, it's going to benefit Dominica eventually. And if each of us adopt that attitude, then our presence here in Guyana going forward would be a great success. Thank you very much, and God bless all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, Guyana is on the cover of the April 2022 edition of the National Geographic magazine. I hope you had a chance to see it. It features an expo through a dense and pristine jungle, the mighty Roraima. Prime Minister Rowley visited our Kaichua National Park yesterday. We hope that you all have an opportunity to do so. Of course, that's the largest single-drop waterfall in the world based on the volume of water. And Prime Minister looks refreshed and related and ready to invest in Vision 25 by 2025. Please welcome the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley.
Thank you very much for exposure. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, all Caribbean people, permit me the moment to acknowledge our host, President Irfan Ali, Vice President Barrett Jagdeo, and the executive members of the Guyanese administration and all the people of Guyana. I thank you very much for the invitation to participate in what I consider to be a seminal event. I also would like to claim the role of elder statesman in the front line, not on the stage, in the front line, because I just discovered that I've been around longer than everybody else on the stage. And that means I've seen this before, I've heard it before, and I don't want to hear it again. We know what to do. Question is, are we prepared to do it? On this occasion, for two reasons, among going to Kaichua. First reason I'm here is to see whether it is possible to revitalize the hope and the and to total support initiative and the end of President Irfan Ali in trying to get us to do what we know we have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also here to remind you that there was something called the St. Anne's Initiative. And that was a meeting in St. Anne's in Trinidad, CARICOM meeting, very much like this in Trinidad, sponsored by, supported by CARICOM, sponsored by the government of Trinidad and Tobago, for one reason, and that reason was to refocus the people of the region to the valuable, or I should say invaluable role that the single market and economy should and have to play if we are to be successful in our initiatives. Today I want to say, unless we accept CARICOM as a proper single market and economy, a lot of these objectives will not be realized. We cannot, as a small economy, fighting against the winds that are buffeting us as they did so poignantly during COVID-19 worst days, to still be operating on the basis you versus me and mine versus yours. On the other hand, if the St. Anne's initiative, which came into being because at the time when I joined the CARICOM heads of government, the unthinkable was happening. We had taken the single market and economy off the agenda list of CARICOM. At the initiative of Trinidad and Tobago, it was put back on the agenda. And that St. Anne's meeting was to drive us along the line to actually get something done, agree to do it. That initiative is in place. It's on paper. It's among the leaders. We're meeting here today, not after, but during a pandemic, because only this morning I was monitoring the response to some countries and looking at the data of the continued infection at high levels of people responding to the virus. Thank God the hospitalization is not rising, but the infection levels are rising again. One of the things that I think we've all agreed on, and the experts have told us that, is that what we have experienced in COVID-19 is likely to happen again and to happen more frequently. And for those of us who, in the worst days of COVID-19, heard our private sector saying to us as government that they could not place an order for a supply of food, and our Ministry of Health could not administer a vaccine even though we had the money to buy it because we could not buy a vaccine. We have been warned. We have been warned. So when we come here now in these salubrious environment, externally and internally in this building, let us remember that amongst us there will be responses that are saying we prefer to protect the status quo of the narrow existing interest as against doing what has to be done to broaden it for the interest of the wider CARICOM people. Let's understand that. So I'm asked to speak, if we had time to speak on all these things, on investments and marketing, for the simple reason that I've been saying that unless we get the appropriate investments, the scale at which we are required to perform will not be achieved. Because the fundamental principle of economics, the economies of scale, will always apply to us. And therefore, Guyana's role in giving CARICOM the opportunity to produce on the scale at which we can produce, to be a participant in feeding ourselves, is important. And that's why I'm here to support this Guyanese initiative, driven by the works of Vice President and President of Guyana as integral leaders in CARICOM. Because while we want to protect our peasant agriculture, while we want to ensure that the current interests are not trampled upon, we must do what has to be done to increase production. But that increase in production is going to do something. It's going to disturb the status quo of the current arrangements. And that is status quo, if it is not on board and in board, is going to dominate the conversation of protection, and we will not get it done. Why do you think President Skerrit is asking you today that he could sell avocado to Europe, but he can't sell it down the road, 100 miles down the road? Why do you think we have so many possibilities of production within a region, COVID or no COVID? But there's no easy movement of these products. A lot of it is the protection of the status quo. But if we accept that the giant step of a single market and economy is to come into being, then it will remove this chronic impediment of talking while knowing that we don't intend to interfere with the status quo. For example, we talked, my colleague and I from Barbados, we talked about this idea of having, within this single market and economy, a single company register, where once a company is registered anywhere in the CARICOM, it is deemed to be registered everywhere in the CARICOM. That is a simple, straightforward way of encouraging entrepreneurial recognition under law, but it will remove a lot of impediment. Simple as that is. And of course, if we are going to produce in significantly increased volumes, we immediately bring into play the question of transport. When we as a federation, that fleeting existence that we had, the Canadian government gave us a gift. And that gift were 2 vessels, 2 ships, the Federal Maple and the Federal Palm. And they ran up and down the CARICOM, starting in Jamaica, down to Trinidad, back up. And at no time that I can recall were the people of this region, the CARICOM region, ever better connected and better served. But at the end of the useful life of those ships, they were never replaced. Not because there was no reason to replace them or that the job had been done, but that we, the independents, had not done what had to be done to serve our people. We knew what had to be done. It has never been done. I gather that there are international supporters at this conference. And I will CARICOM to do what we are saying that we could do here for the good reasons advanced. One of the things that you could do is to help the team of governments of the region to fund and have operating within the CARICOM region vessels of that nature so as to bring our people together to travel by sea in an affordable way. Because it has been done, it needs to be done. Goods and services by sea, after by rail, is always the cheapest. There's some specifics that we need to do. Specifics. Phytosanitary guards, we need, yes, to ensure that we don't spread disease unnecessarily among ourselves. But there are not to be barriers to the explosive increases that can come if we move out of the comfort zones that we exist now, but comfort zones for the few at the expense of the many. Ladies and gentlemen, there's so much that we can do, so much that we must do, because food security is not going to come at the time that you need it. The worst time to try to build a fire brigade is during the fire. We have to be cognizant of the conflagration of a fire that could engulf all of us and build it when there is good, fair weather. And that is what will serve us when there's an outbreak of fire. But for that to happen, there has to be a sustained business model. In my meeting with President Ali on Tuesday afternoon, we spoke at length about the need for the business model. What is the business model that we are going to use to bring about this expansion in food supply that will cause us to have a food supply that will survive fair winds and foul, and that will bring us the benefits of that increased production? Because increased production, without proper transportation, proper storage, and of course, agro-processing to ensure that the word glut doesn't become part of the vocabulary, requires a proper business model. And that is why today representing Trinidad and Tobago, I could say that Trinidad and Tobago is in a position to develop a business model with the potential in Guyana and the potential in CARICOM to have us use energy, use expertise, use our universities to put us in a position to do what has to be done. Nobody is going to come to do it for us. As we said at the beginning of the pandemic, nobody is going to come to our assistance. We have to do it ourselves, and we saw it. When we Barbados couldn't buy half a dozen ventilators. We couldn't buy a vaccine. Those who had them kept them to themselves. Nobody is going to give us food when food is in short supply. So if we don't put arrangements in place to ensure that whatever the weather, there is food for our people, then who can we blame? We have to do it now, so that when the next time it happens, we will be in a better position, not a worse position. We have to argue effectively and convincingly at the WTO against the current arrangements that work against us. We might be small, but we are not insignificant. We must let our voices be heard. We must let our interests be served. We are aware of what we have to do. It is because we are aware of what we have to do why today, in the office of the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, you have an advisor, an agricultural advisor, who is a geneticist. Expertise that tells us other people are growing grain and planting things. It doesn't mean that we have to grow the same variety of grain in this region or on these soils. But it is possible to understand the genetics and to get varieties that are suitable for our environment. And that is where our universities come in. The University of Trinidad and Tobago, that is technologically biased. The University of Guyana, the University of the West Indies. Our research now has to be with a fierce urgency of identifying for the producers the varieties that we can produce on scale so that we can supply ourselves with the inputs for animal feed, with the inputs for human oil, consumption of human oils. And therefore, we want to see fields of soya growing within the CARICOM, Belize, and Guyana where the acreage is available. We want to see corn being harvested, grown in areas where they can be grown, and of course find themselves in as raw materials being processed for our own food supply. And of course, as we do that, we keep our eyes on other people's needs because we can supply some of their needs as well. It is only a fog in our vision and an absence of our own commitment that can hold us back from doing what we can do and what we must do. And this initiative is probably not the first step, but a giant step in trying to get us to come to the point of identifying business models that we must implement with the support of all those who back us. Make the investments, do what has to be done, and utilize the resources that God has blessed us with within the CARICOM. The least we can do for our people is to do the most that we can do under the circumstances. And that is why Trinidad and Tobago provides full support and hold out the promise of full participation in every effort that is geared towards this very vexing subject of can we or will we feed ourselves. But of course, our people have been so conditioned. Just at the time when you go past the market, not enough breadfruit being consumed. not enough cassava being consumed, not enough dasheen and sweet potato fries being consumed, but they're harassing the government about not enough foreign exchange to buy imported white potato. So yeah, we have to make the dietary changes to fit our ability to feed ourselves, otherwise we are just vassals of other people's problems, masquerading as the wronged and the entitled. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an exciting period. Our young people, some of them here with us today are at school. 2 or 3 years from today, they'll be out in the workplace. They would be required to use the technology that they're being trained in now and the experiences that they're seeing now and the failures that we have had to ensure that their generation does not end up in the same situation, being at the mercy of those on the outside who will not come to our aid in a time of urgency. We have to change the model. We have to change it. But you know, the most aggressive conversations in CARICOM is about movement of people. Movement of people. Last 2 weeks ago, we took to our parliament a piece of legislation to complete this whole question of the handful of skills that we are allowed to move within the region. And what did we experience? We experienced voices within our parliament openly objecting and indicating that this is taking jobs from local people. We have to move away from that to a total commitment to being who we are and doing what has to be done. Otherwise, we'll have more conferences like this in different years other than 2022. And we keep asking ourselves, why not? Today, I would like this conference to place us at a fork in the road. But we take the decision to make the turn in the direction where we commit to an improved production system to give us food sustainability in all conditions, anticipated and unanticipated. I want to thank President Ali and his team and the people of Guyana for the very warm welcome that you have extended to me on behalf of the people of Guyana to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and to let you know that the closest relative you have in the CARICOM is Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister Rowley. Prime Minister himself is an avid gardener, growing cabbage and cauliflower at his official residence in St. Anne's. And our young people are growing cauliflower and broccoli and carrots, the Shade House Project, others in the Berbice and Linden regions, grapes and kiwis and strawberry. And our leaders today have been talking about the importance of youths, and day 3 will focus on youths and gender, the CARICOM Youth in Agriculture Dialogue. We hope our young people can participate as you talk about generating wealth, climate-smart agriculture, innovations in agriculture, and how together we can work to surmount the challenges that we face as a region. We're coming down to the end of our program today. We are now going to listen to remarks on investments in aviation. We'll hear remarks from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation of Bahamas, Agriculture Insurance, and our penultimate head of government is coming to us now. He is the Deputy Prime Minister. Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper is our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Let me firstly acknowledge that, I'm sitting between you and lunch. And secondly, that I am the junior on the platform today. And I hope that the time that I will use will be a reflection of that acknowledgement relative to my colleagues today. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from the Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis, and of course I recognize the Minister of Agriculture who is here with me. And it is indeed a pleasure to be here in beautiful Guyana to receive such warm hospitality and to participate in this critical forum. Your Excellency, President Ali, thank you. Over the past few years, the Bahamas has experienced events that have brought our priorities into focus. In September 2019, Hurricane Dorian, a deadly Category 5 storm, tore through two of the main population centers of our archipelago that were also two agricultural centers, Abaco and Grand Bahama. Viable farming and livestock operations were wiped out, making it harder for local populations to feed themselves, causing significant losses in revenues in that sector and increasing an already disproportionate food bill. Lucrative fishing operations were also destroyed, meaning some families were set back a generation in their trade. From Dorian, the need for climate resilience in our islands, from housing to infrastructure to agriculture to food security, was brought to the forefront of what we seek to achieve. Like every other CARICOM country, we were particularly hit hard by the pandemic, and the effects linger. What is different for the Bahamas is that less than 1% of our GDP comes from agriculture. And therefore, we learned that food security must become a priority to ease our dependence on major industrial trade partners and to stem the flow of foreign currency off our shores. In my country, we have not made the gains in local food production that we would wish to realize as quickly as we would like. And with inflation and lingering supply chain issues, we find we are paying more to feed ourselves and our visitors. This was not the case just a generation or two ago, but now we import 90% of our food at a cost of over $1 billion every year. From these figures, it is clear that there is good money in food production. We buy $650 million of food from Florida, mainly as a result of our proximity, but I acknowledge there is a logistical challenge, and today I throw out a challenge to my colleagues at CARICOM that we must develop a strategic plan to target these logistical, transport, and connectivity issues. This will be good for trade, but it'll also be good for the connectivity of our Caribbean family. But as we face an aging farming population with over 80% over the age of 65, our opportunity is to attract and engage another generation of Bahamians who are passionate about feeding ourselves and themselves. I listened, and these problems are seemingly not unique to the Bahamas, but we are open to learning how we can follow the path of our Caribbean sisters and brothers who are successful in attracting young business persons to the business of agriculture. And where we are strong, we extend offers of assistance in the areas we are able to. We are committed to avail ourselves of any new and innovative ideas that are being shared during this gathering this week. We seek to join our efforts with yours, and we have not a moment to lose. For example, we explored the concept of coconut farming just yesterday in our delegation. In the Bahamas, coconut grows in abundance year-round, but still we import significant amount of coconut products. I note that some of our colleagues, including Guyana, has had great success in supporting coconut farmers, and we seek to become viable players in the global and regional coconut farming industry. We have also taken note of the strides made in poultry in Guyana and in Jamaica and in other of our sister territories. And as I indicated, we are here to learn the latest in agricultural technology and to hear how the Bahamas can also advance. We recently had a change of government in our country. We were very carefully studying what occurred throughout the pandemic and the deficiencies that presented themselves. We are an administration open to new ideas, new technologies, new investors, new opportunities, and I tell you today that we are open for business. In the past 7 months, we've approved more than $2 billion in new investment projects, mainly in tourism, renewable energy, and fintech. We see some modest investment in agribusiness, but there is significant opportunity yet in this space. We are moving in the direction of forward-looking greenhouse technologies and climate-smart agriculture, with the built-in advantage of being sustainable and carbon negative. Our Minister for Agriculture has confirmed that notwithstanding where we are now, we will achieve our 25 by 2025 with laser and aggressive focus on greens and poultry. We are establishing programs to educate our farmers on the latest technologies and making professionals with the appropriate expertise available to these farmers in order to fill any production gaps that exist. Food safety and food nutrition are most important imperatives, and we want to maintain the highest food standard criteria through our recently empowered Bahamas Agriculture and Food Safety Authority. We are encouraging partnerships with Bahamians and regional farmers in order to grow the agricultural sectors. And one such investment is a $300 million investment called Agri-Haven in Grand Bahama Island. We have recently embarked on this innovative partnership with various stakeholders to install climate-smart food production facilities powered by clean energy on the island of Grand Bahama. This facility will empower Bahamian communities towards social, educational, and economic development. In partnership with such world-renowned research and industry partners, we are well on the way in achieving the vision of CARICOM's 25% by 2025, and this is our mandate. With support from our government, it is envisaged that projects like Agri-Haven I just mentioned will become one of the leading wholesale food production facilities in the Caribbean, servicing local, regional, and export needs for highly nutritious, pesticide-free, fresh produce, whilst connecting existing farming networks to a digital platform that will connect them to a broader consumer market. Ladies and gentlemen, as we speak, we are streamlining and fine-tuning our investment regime and protocols. We currently offer an attractive array of concessions in agriculture and other spaces. We are refocusing, creating linkages with our robust tourism industry, harnessing our farm-to-table product. So yes, we are here to listen. We are eager to learn from your expertise and offer our own. And from where we stand, the future of the agriculture sector is certainly hopeful. And I am confident that in this endeavor, where there is the will to source and implement sustainable solutions to food security, no one will be left behind. And so, on behalf of Prime Minister Philip Davis and the people of the Bahamas, I express our gratitude and our appreciation. And Mr. President, I wish you and the people of Guyana a happy independence. And I invite all here present to attend our celebrations for our 50th anniversary in the Bahamas next year. It'll be a great Caribbean family reunion, and it'll be good for Bahamas tourism. May God bless the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Tourism, Investments and Aviation of Bahamas, Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper. Ladies and gentlemen, our final head of government of CARICOM will give remarks now on regional agricultural integration. Please welcome Premier of Montserrat, Honorable Joseph Farrell.
Madam Chair, permit me to greet President Ali and Mrs. Ali and other members of your cabinet. Let me say, comrades, good day. Especially our young people who are with us. We're truly happy that you are with us today, as we realize that whatever we do in this decade, it is you who will continue beyond. Prior to 70 years ago, the introduction of adult suffrage and the fall of the plutocracy system, investment in agriculture by external forces reduced significantly. Of course, as a region, we moved on. Some of us became independent and republics. And we invested in education, in manufacturing, in technology. But many of us failed to invest in the agricultural sector. Indeed, we have been taught as a nation, as a people, that anything that is foreign is good. And so we enjoy importing foods from other places outside the region. We spend our limited resources that we could use for healthcare systems and other social safety nets to import food, rather than developing our own sector. To be honest with you, when I heard the discussion began on reducing our food import bill 25% by 2025, I was skeptical. As a Caribbean man, I have heard it time and time again, and we have failed. But I am convinced, having seen the energy, the enthusiasm with which your president embarked on this mission, I am convinced that it can come to fruition. Comrades, if ever we think that we need to secure food for the region, is now. Having experienced what happened to us during this pandemic, when we were unable to purchase basic PPEs to protect our peoples, it was withheld from us. I want to ask you the question, what if something happens and the region is not able to produce food? Our people will die. And that is why we must all rally around this vision and put it into practice so that at least we begin to produce food for the nations of the region. It is absolutely critical that we do that. It is embarrassing that 75% of the poultry product I import in my country comes from outside of the region. It is absolutely embarrassing that 85% of the food we eat in Montserrat comes from outside of the region. Why? We spend our monies to extra-regional sources and businesses, and those monies we can use to develop our own sector and to advance the well-being of our peoples. The government of Montserrat is supportive in working with CARICOM to achieve Vision 25 by 2025. Based on this focus, the Ministry of Agriculture in Montserrat has identified a number of priority areas which, with support, we are able not only to produce, but also to export. Why should I be importing onions from North America when my colleagues in the region have lands enough to produce it? I understand that there are some limitations to what we can do, but the biggest factor, the biggest concern we have is not that food is not available in some of our neighbors, countries. It is getting the food to where it is needed most. And that brings me to the point of connectivity. For over 25 years, the region has been speaking to movement of food from one country to the other, and to this day, we have not succeeded. So then, we now need investment in shipping so that we can move those products from Guyana in the south to Jamaica in the north, from Dominica in the south to Montserrat and Antigua. This is what we need at this point in time. Let us put our money where our mouth is and invest in shipping. And if there is some investor here today or during this week, we call on you to invest in at least 2 ships, one going north, one going south, so that we can move our products from one in Asia, from one country to the next. That is what we need. But when we speak to food security, I also tag on food, nutrition security. So it's food and nutrition security, because any food is not any food. The region has one of the highest numbers of NCDs. How can we tackle that? We must be able to produce our high-value crops, not necessarily market outside of the region, but for use within the region. And so we must begin also to protect the health of our peoples. After 25 years, Montserrat ventured again to producing white potatoes. And we have produced a very successful crop this year. Yes, we are a small population, but we can produce sufficient to export as well. We have produced onions, we produce cabbages, but there is no need for all of us to produce everything. We must begin to specialize. If Belize is producing oranges, I don't need to produce oranges. We need to specialize and seriously produce and get those produced out of our countries to the countries which need them most. And so, irrigation or water is in fact a problem for us in the region. How can we maximize the use of water by using technology to give the crop just enough water that they need, rather than wasting the water on the land? This is where the young people come into play. Use your initiative, use the technology, and help us to maximize the use of the resources that we have to grow our crops. Comrades, These are serious times. We must begin to feed ourselves. We cannot depend on outside source. So countries, my countrymen, my colleagues in the region, let's stop talking and put our monies where our mouth is. Let's begin to invest. I know we don't have sufficient to meet all the needs that we have in our countries. And that is why this week is so important for all of us. Those investors who are here, we trust and hope that you will see the need to invest in the agricultural sector. We have some ideas that we want to share with you later. And even though we are small, and even though we know that you are in this for profit, there are some ventures which has with it a humanitarian side. You may not get the kind of return you want on your investment, but from a humanitarian standpoint, you need to invest in small island states. We are in this together, and I believe that we will make it. And as I said before, I am now convinced that even for once, CARICOM is going to come out with something good. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Premier Farrell. We've come to the end of the formal presentations, and it's my pleasure now to invite the Chairman of the Special Ministerial Task Force on Food Production and Food Security in CARICOM, Guyana's Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, heads of delegation, other heads of government, cabinet colleague, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Today is a very historic day for us, and it's my privilege to make these brief remarks as we are about to conclude the opening ceremony for this historic Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. We must all share a collective sense of pride and joy over its manifestation following months of hard work. Its realization today and over the next 3 days follow the establishment of a special ministerial task force as agreed by CARICOM leaders and their agreement that an Agri-Investment Forum and Expo would be an appropriate platform to address the issue of investment in the regional agricultural sector. Integral to the process was President Ali's detailed action plan, as presented at the 33rd Intersessional Conference of the Heads of Government of the Caribbean Community for commercializing the agri-food sector, and at the same time attaining the vision of reducing the food import bill by 25% by 2025. I believe I speak for all of you when I say that from the various addresses today, the positive tone for the forum have been set and the interest and optimism further heightened. To the heads of government and delegation, in spite of your present schedule, you found time to participate in this inaugural forum, and your presence here today is testimony to your unwavering commitment to help realize that vision and its redounding positive impact for all its people. Our individual and collective potential are not in dispute, as we heard from many leaders, and our commitment fully demonstrated here today. This forum therefore creates that springboard and motivation to achieve the true intent of this initiative. Allow me therefore to extend the appreciation of the government and the people of Guyana and that of the region and beyond for your participation and commitment shown. Allow me to extend our appreciation to those delegates and participants from beyond the region. Your participation has further underlined the global importance of agriculture and food security. Given some current global challenges and trends, that importance has become even more paramount. With evolving technology in aiding improvement in efficiency in almost every aspect of agriculture, this forum helps to facilitate the promotion, engagement, and informed dialogue among key stakeholders along the agri-food value chain of policymakers, development partners, foreign and local private investors, farmers, distributors, and how investment could be encouraged and the 25% by 2025 program can be accelerated. Therefore, its realization is of major significance, and appreciation must be extended to all those who work tirelessly beyond the call to make it possible. President Ali, the CARICOM heads, the organizing committee, our local and international partners, sponsors, investors and potential investors, exhibitors, the media, and all those who contributed must be commended. As we head to the working sessions and Expo, fruitful discussions are envisaged, while our individual and collective potential will be on display through products and services. While we must feel a tremendous sense of pride in what we produce, we must be cognizant of the greater heights that can be scaled through sustained commitment and innovation. There lies the inspiration, if at all any is needed. Together we represent and carry the aspiration and expectations of our brothers and sisters here in Guyana and across the region. Over the next 3 days, ideas and possible solutions will be discussed and partnership will be built. Let us maximize this wonderful opportunity and lay the firm foundation for an exciting future for agriculture to realize the goal set for 2025 and for the much needed food security. Once again, appreciation to all of you, and best wishes for much success during the forum and Expo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Mustafa. We've come to the end of the formal program. I'd like to ask you to bear with me while I deliver some critical announcements. The first is that we are going to take an official photograph quickly before the delegates, the heads of government, leave the stage. And so we're asking the official photographers to come and do that quickly. Then I'd like to ask all of our invitees to remain seated to allow the heads and the delegations to leave first. A note to delegations: the buses to take you to the Arthur Chung Convention Center will line up outside. The buses will operate on a first-come, first-served basis. For this particular movement, there is no designated bus. Just get into the first bus so we could move everyone quickly to the Arthur Chung Conference Center. When we get to the Arthur Chung Conference Center, there's been a slight change in the program because of the time. We will move directly to lunch. So all delegates were asked to go directly to the lunch area. And when lunch is over, we will have then the ribbon cutting ceremony to open the Expo, the tour of the Expo, the launch of the Stabroek Online Marketplace, and then after that is the first business session will commence. I can't give specific times now because we have to move the delegates to the center and then have lunch. So those are the announcements. Thank you very much. Please remain seated. We take the photograph and then we get the heads and their delegations out. Thank you very much. Yeah, no need to clap. It's okay.
Go.
Our 8 heads of government as they make their way off stage. It's been quite an opening ceremony, Chris, with many things for us to take away, even as we get ready for the next aspect of today's proceedings, which will be happening at the Arthur Chung Conference Center.
A number of very powerful presentations during this morning's opening session, with most of, well, all of the leaders here expressing their confidence and support in the President's initiative, his vision of 25 by 2025. We've had some commitments by some of those leaders that they will be certainly working assiduously to making things happen. Prime Minister of Trinidad, the Honorable Keith Rowley, in his presentation said that the region collectively knows what it has to do. This is a conversation that we've been having for a number of years, but now what we need is the will to move things forward. And now is it has never been more critical for this to happen now. As a region, if we do not realize this vision by 2025, then we could be facing the full impact of all those international realities that abound today.
His second big question was, are we prepared to do it? And as we get our preparations on the way with this very Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, we are looking forward to achieving our goals by 2025. Some questions that persons may always ask themselves as they pay attention to different aspects of our country and the agriculture sector. Why are we importing certain things that can be grown or produced right here? Those questions were raised by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Mottley, and she's saying we can do it all. We do have the potential to do it all right here in the region and to become stronger together as we look at eradicating those challenges, well, forming solutions for those challenges. We just saw the departure of His Excellency, our President, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, alongside the First Lady, Mrs. Arya Ali. Now we're seeing the Honorable Mia Mottley make her departure as well, followed by basically the other heads of states, the other heads of government that were on stage here at the opening ceremony for the Agri-Investment
making presentations.
Expo.
All right, so one of the challenges thrown out by the Belizean Prime Minister, it was Gaston Brown who challenged us all to engage in practices for sustainable agriculture. There's also a challenge for the region as a whole to look towards producing our own fertilizer as Guyana moves towards being an oil and gas entity. The Honorable Vice President.
And a number of heads of government would have made mention of the JAGDIO initiative, which came in for a great commendation. There were even suggestions to relook at it to make those little tweaks and adjustments we need in this current era.
It is the JAGDIO initiative that has been tweaked and been represented, and it is guiding the discussion and the conversation going forward. And again, a lot of the the initiatives contained in that document will be considered during the next few days, the conversations that we'll be having at the convention center.
The traffic will get a bit on a peak or busy on the intersections of Mandela Avenue and Homestretch Avenue as persons look to head out to the Artichon Conference Center. We've got a number of members of the diplomatic corps, members of the business community, business representatives and entities from our overseas participants of the Expo, and as they make their way there, Chris and I will be handing over to Lyndon Davidson and team, who will continue to await the arrivals there, as well as take you through the ribbon cutting and tour of the exhibition. NCN will also be providing live coverage of the various proceedings there, the roundtable discussion, updates on the discussions, and information from the participants, the booths. Hundreds of participants are there waiting to share information on how we can achieve this goal of reducing our import bill by 25% by 2025.
It's certainly been a pleasure being here with you, walking us through this historic event. And we certainly look forward to keeping you abreast of the events and conversations as they occur over the next 2 days.
And don't forget, the Expo gets on the way shortly and will continue tomorrow as well as Saturday. We'll be providing you with those updates as well. For now, it's a lot of meeting and greeting. Persons are still getting used to seeing their colleagues, friends, partners without masks. They're still getting used to seeing them without masks and mixing and mingling in such a free environment where there isn't so much of a big worry about the big C, COVID-19.
All right, so we'll hand you over to David.
Lyndon Davidson and our broadcast team at the Artichon Conference Center as we continue to provide you with coverage of the inaugural, the historic Agri-Investment Forum and Expo under the theme Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. Lyndon, it's over to you.
Right, so continuing with our coverage of the opening of the Expo here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. I want to thank Nadia and Chris for their updates there at the NCC earlier, and with lots that was said just this morning. As you can see in my background, we're waiting for the ribbon cutting ceremony. That's going to be happening very shortly, and that will commence the opening, official opening of the Expo in itself. There's so much here to see at the Arthur Chung Convention Center with what is happening behind me. And just in case you have an opportunity, you're watching us at home, you wanted to come down here to the ACCC, you can definitely do that, given the mere fact that we're just about minutes away before the actual cutting of the ribbon is done here to officially open the Expo to persons who are watching us at home. Remember, the Expo is being held under the theme Investing in Vision 25 by 2025, and that in itself is very, very significant. We would have definitely seen and heard about the amount of work that would have gone into the hosting of this conference and Expo, given the mere fact that the Ministry of Agriculture and CARICOM and government, of course, has been working tirelessly to ensure that systems are in place to have this done. The Ministry of Agriculture, like I said, has been very, very integral in that process. One of the things I must mention to you is the fact that this entire conference and Expo is important, given the mere fact that as a region, our food import bill is very, very high or significant. So $6 billion we spend on regional US dollars, that is, on regional food, and increased investment is needed in agriculture. One of the things I'm witnessing just in front of me is the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali. He's just making his way into the compound of the Arthur Chung Convention Center. Remember, just Dr. Ali would have delivered his feature address there at the National Cultural Center as part of the opening ceremony for the Expo and Investment Forum, which will commence here today. And like I mentioned, key to that whole engagement is the mere fact that as a region, as CARICOM, we're really looking to put systems in place to tackle the food import bill, which we've amassed over the years, a whopping $6 billion we've spent on food, and looking to invest in agriculture to reduce that by 25% by 2025. The forum is therefore geared towards the promotion and engagement of informed dialogue among key stakeholders, and there are lots of them that will be here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center, taking part in different forums, different panel discussions, basically trying to look for ways and means in which as a region we can be able to find solutions to the food shortages, the food problems that we have, particularly with here in the Caribbean. Remember, we're basically looking to achieve food security. Is one of the things in Guyana is very, very integral as it relates to that. And the minister would have alluded to the fact that we in Guyana here, we are very blessed with an abundance of land and fresh water, and those are the two key ingredients when it comes to agriculture. And I'm sure companies and businesses that will gather here will be looking for areas that they can invest to ensure that we are food secure. Remember, it's a 3-day event. It commences today. It runs until the 21st, so you have time to come down here to the Arthur Chung Convention Center to be a part of that. What you can expect here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center is the fact that we have over 100 exhibitors that will be displaying their products and their services right here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center. We've got a number of them from the Caribbean. We've got a number of them from the US as well. Notably, I must mention, we've got companies from Jamaica, we've got companies from Trinidad and Tobago, we've got companies from Barbados, we've got companies from Suriname, we've got companies as far away as Ghana as well that will be represented here at the Expo. We've got some 62 local agro-processors that are going to be on display participating in the exhibition. I must tell you, I had an opportunity a little while ago to do a walkthrough of some of the site where the exhibitors are. I had an opportunity as well to get sample some watermelon from one of the exhibitors here, and I must tell you, it was amazing. It's grown right here in Guyana in Canal number 2. What I'm going to do now, I have some persons I'm going to be talking to. Like I mentioned, we got exhibitors from across the Caribbean, and I've got one of them. It's Tahir, and he's going to be talking to us from Export Barbados. And Tahir, if you can join me here. Tahir is one of those persons who are participating at the inaugural Expo, Agri-Expo 2022. Tahir, welcome to Guyana.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. My first time in Guyana, and it's just been a vibe so far. Man.
A vibe, you're loving it?
Yeah, loving it.
You had an opportunity to sample our Guyanese cuisine. I'm sure. What is your favorite thing so far?
I love the okra. I had the okra for breakfast, the okra.
All right, Tahir, you're from Export Barbados. Tell us a little bit about Export Barbados.
Yes, Export Barbados is the lead agency with responsibility for exports in Barbados. So we deal with everything related to exports. For this trip, we see of utmost importance, especially within the agricultural sector, because we have to become more sustainable within the Caribbean. We know how high our food import bills are, and we need to become more resilient and more sustainable. COVID would have taught us that. So with that being said, we have 5 exceptional businesses with us, all within the agricultural sector, and they're very, very, very exceptional, and they're excellent within Barbados and looking to expand throughout the Caribbean and throughout the world.
Right. With this Agri Forum and Expo, I'm wondering, given everything that you would have said, what is the #1 motivation for getting those companies here in Guyana as part of the Expo?
For me, it's of utmost importance. How can we get our local businesses operating at the regional level? How can we operate at the region more together rather than individualized within our countries? We have to move forward. If the Caribbean is to be successful, we have to move forward together as a Caribbean. So how can we get our local businesses, regardless of which country you are from, operating within the region, ease of business, ease of travel, ease of trade, and just at the end of the day, making money and making profits, which is of utmost importance for us all.
Right. We would have heard with all the addresses that were delivered recently by various prime ministers, one of the things that everybody stresses is that we must get it done and must get it done now, given the urgency in terms of food security. All those businesses that are represented here through Export Barbados, opportunities are going to be available, particularly coming out of the Expo and the conference in itself. Any particular opportunity you're looking to capitalize on?
Absolutely. Whatever opportunity our businesses can gain to benefit, that is for me a success. And we have been getting benefits from the morning already, and it's not even opened as yet. Some of our colleagues from within the other booths are coming and they're ready to do business with us and how they can participate. So wherever and however the businesses that are participating with our delegation can benefit, whether it be investment, whether it be trade relations, whether it be expanding their product, or whether it just be visibility for their product and getting their product known and out there, and that's successful for them, that is a successful trip for all of us here at Barbados.
Awesome stuff. Tahir, I must thank you for talking to me this morning. Wishing you guys the very best as you participate in the conference and expo, and I hope you enjoy some more Guyanese cuisine as you stay here for a few days.
Yeah, thank you, and absolutely inviting everyone to come to our booth. We have a Barbados-themed pavilion, so come out and see what we have to offer. We have lots to offer, and our Prime Minister is here as well. So you know, some people say she's the Prime Minister of the Caribbean behind Irfan Ali. So we have to come out and support each other, and I look forward to seeing everyone. So thank you for the interview, most definitely.
Awesome stuff. That was Tahir there from Export Barbados talking to us about their motivation for being here as part of the Agri-Investment Expo and Forum and Expo rather. I've got another company. It's going to be from 60 Acres Farm. I've got Odell Williams who's going to be talking to me. Odell, if you can join me here on or set today. Odell, welcome.
Thank you very much.
Right, I know you've been here for a few days. I asked, I hear the question just now. What has been the one thing that you enjoyed so far, particularly as relates to Guyanese cuisine?
Oh, I love Guyanese. I love Chinese. I eat Guyanese even in Barbados.
All right, great. Talk to us about your business in particular, and I'm curious to know what would have motivated you for participating in the Agri Expo this year.
Well, Guyana has been a place in my heart because I was born here. I moved to Barbados and I developed my businesses in Barbados. So I wanted to connect with Guyanese businesses. So we have the 60 Acre Farm is a vegetable and fruit corporation. We also do lawn grass, which we are exhibiting today at the exhibition. Our lawn grass is zoysia, which is turf that you will see on the golf courses. Yeah. So it's for residential and commercial properties as well. So that's what we wanted to introduce to Guyana. So also while I'm down here, I want to meet with some of the Guyanese farmers so that we can look at what we can export to Barbados.
Awesome stuff. This sounds really, really amazing. You're talking about a turf, the grass in itself that resembles what we see on the golf course, which I think everybody who watching at home probably would want to capitalize on. The Expo itself would open up a number of opportunities for you, given the mere fact that you would have an opportunity to literally dialogue and work with persons from throughout the region. What are some of the opportunities that you're looking forward to, particularly for your business at this Expo?
Well, it's to export stuff like limes so that we can sell and retail in Barbados. Limes, pineapple, oranges, and also to introduce, as I said, the zoysia grass to Barbados. Yeah. So those are the things that definitely I want to take back to my colleagues in Barbados.
All right. You're right, 60 acres. I'm encouraging persons to come down and support 60 acres farmers. Well, check them out, and I'm sure you may be able to find something that can work for you. Thank you for talking to me, Odell. And I told Tahir a little while ago, as long as you're here, continue. I hope you enjoy all the Guyanese cuisine that we have to offer. Great. So that was Odell Williams there from 60 Acres Farm. That's another Barbadian company that's here as part of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2022. I've got some other business persons I'm going to be talking to. I've got O's Inc. I hope I got that right. O's Inc. And I've got the young man who's going to be talking to me today. I know you're Bajan as well. I must ask the one question I've been asked everybody else. Guyanese cuisine, what have you had so far that you like?
Everything. Everything. But I'm a Guyanese.
You are?
I am a Guyanese.
All right, great. So talk to us about your company, O's Inc.
Okay, O's Inc. O's is a family-owned business. We started about roughly about 12 years ago. We started doing frozen products, which is like grated sweet potato, grated cassava, and stuff like that. What we would have realized is that young women today don't like to have their fingers grated and stuff like that. So we catch on that and decided to do these products so that they can be readily available for them.
Right.
So after then, we then move on to the flours. We realize that there are people who get sick using the wheat flour. And we come up with the cassava flour, sweet potato, breadfruit, and such like. And with these flours, we then do byproducts, like pancake mixes, coconut coating, coconut flour, and we now have the breadfruit fish cake mix, and so on.
With all the alternatives that you mentioned there in terms of flour, your motivation for participating in this year's Agri-Expo and Forum?
We're mainly focusing on going out in the region. Going out in the region. We've been trying hard and hearing the talk about putting logistics in place and stuff like that. We take the opportunity.
I know one of the things that was mentioned earlier as well, you mentioned logistics, and trade barriers is another problem which we have to deal with, particularly as a CARICOM region. Leaders have been really working and speaking particularly about that issue, ensuring that we put systems in place that farmers and agro-processors like you can benefit from that. Opportunities are going to be available this year for you in the Expo and Forum. What are some of those opportunities that you're looking forward to?
As I say, export number one. Then looking to get some products, particularly like coconut from Guyana, which I know Guyana has a lot of it, and we would like to be a part of that.
Yeah. Listen, the Expo, you have a mere 500 persons or companies that are going to be represented here. You've got so many persons from throughout the world that are going to be right here at the Expo and Forum as well. So I'm sure you're going to be able to tap into some of those. Wishing you the very best as relates to that. And again, you said you're Guyanese, so I can't tell you to continue to enjoy, Guyanese cuisine, because I'm certain that there's one of the things that you love. What's your favorite Guyanese cuisine? I mean, you're Guyanese.
I like pepper pot.
That's an obvious answer.
That's the truth.
All right, great. So, thank you for talking to us today, sir. And that was the representative from O's Inc. talking about some of the things that they have available. And indeed, listen, as a country, as a region, we're tremendously blessed here with so many resources and so many things that we can definitely use to be able to gain food security, which is one of the things that we are definitely looking to do by 2025, investing in 25 by 2025. I've got another person that I'll be talking to. It's from Novo Farms, and that is in Trinidad and Tobago. I've got Glenn Ramadin. I hope I got that last name right. Glenn, join me here. Glenn, I know that Trinidad and Tobago is one of those countries. Well, it's one of my favorite countries, I must admit that. I studied there for a number of years. But Glenn, being in Guyana, what is your favorite thing so far in terms of cuisine that you've had?
Seafood. I love the seafood. It's fresh. It's not imported, so that's good. The provision is also tasty. You can taste the richness of the soil, which is good as well. Right. And generally the cuisine is in itself is exciting. We love culinary experience, and Guyana is one of the places we love to be.
Great. All right. So talk to me about your business. I know you're represented here at the exhibition and expo. Talk to us about your business.
So we are Novo Farms. We are part of the Novo Group. Novo Farms is one of the most modern agro-processing facilities in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a $10 million US investment. It's an agro-processing where we infuse a lot of technology into the process, from automation to packaging. The capacity of the plant is within 10,000 pounds per hour, and we focus from fruits, vegetables, ground provision, and then we further take the process further down, where we can take into higher value product and extend the shelf life for export.
Right.
Yep.
And with all that you would have mentioned there, agro-processing, fruits and vegetables, I'm wondering with all of that and what your company has to offer, how do you see your company tapping into markets not just here in Guyana but throughout the region?
So we already have an agreement with a distributor in Canada. This distributor is already in 800 locations from coast to coast. On our products, like our sweet potato fries, we have something where we introduce called Dasheen fries, which is gluten-free. It's healthier, it's very good for diabetics, it's high in fiber. And then we have products that we are teasing the market today. And for example, we have instant callaloo, instant baigan choker, instant tomatoes choker, and a whole list of products where it's exciting. Is within 1 minute you can get a meal. Just add hot water.
Listen, guys, that sounds really, really fascinating. You talk about instant baigan choker. Well, I mean, I've never heard of that. But you're at the Expo. Your products and services are going to be on display here. I'm wondering what was your motivation for participating this year in the Expo?
We want to showcase that where we are in the region as a whole, and also in Trinidad and Tobago, where we're using innovation within agriculture and how we are enhancing the experience, but also how we can get our diaspora abroad to actually taste product from home as if they are home, right? And that's why we are investing into the agro-processing, using technology, but also helping build capacity for farmers and building that food security. First, we have to deal with home first, but also focus on export as well.
Any particular market in the region that you're particularly targeting? I know you would mention you're in several markets as well. Any particular markets that you're going to be targeting as part of the opportunities that would be available to you from this Expo?
So immediate market will be how we can reach our people abroad, our diaspora, which is North America, England, and the various parts of the world where we can reach them, and within the region as well. But one of our primary goals is to see how we can build on that food security, food sustainability, and one of our technology is storage capacity. With our technology, we can be able to produce food and have long-term storage from a national security perspective as well. So that is very important for us.
And food and storage is vitally important, and I know your Prime Minister would have mentioned that during his feature address as well. Listen, I must thank you for talking to us today, and again, as your stay here in Guyana for a couple of days or so, I know you said shrimp. I hope you take the opportunity to salivate and enjoy some other cuisine that we have to offer here in Guyana.
It's Glenn Ramdani.
Glenn Ramdani. All right, great. That was Glenn Ramdani from Trinidad there, his company that is here at the Expo. We've spoken to some persons from Barbados. We've got companies from Trinidad and Tobago. We've got companies from Jamaica, like I mentioned, companies from the U.S. We've got companies from Ghana. All of those companies are represented here at the Expo and Forum. One of the things I must tell you is that the Expo is going to be open to the general public. As soon as this ribbon right behind me here is cut, you guys can definitely come down here and take the opportunity to, get yourself something from the exposition here. I mentioned that we've got over 100 exhibitors. We've got so many of them from throughout the Caribbean, but we got our local exhibitors here as well. Like I said, I had an opportunity to visit one of the booths, and it was the watermelon I had from these guys from Canal Number 2. Listen, I told you, it's really, really amazing. It was a yellow watermelon, and they were asking me if I wanted the red one, but when I had the opportunity to taste the yellow one, I literally couldn't resist the opportunity to get some more. Like I said, we've got some 550 delegates that will be attending the conference, 400 of whom are overseas-based persons, and there'll be so many opportunities for potential investment that you can capitalize on right here as part of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. Remember, the exhibition is happening, but we're also having the Investment Forum, which is going to be the first session is going to be this afternoon. As soon as the ribbon is cut, we're going to have persons engaged in discussions. A number of donor agencies are a part of this Investment Forum and Expo as well, and they're going to be being a part of that first forum, which we spoke about. With all the things that we've heard this morning from the different heads of state, I think one thing is very, very clear, is that all of the heads of state have agreed that as a region, we really must act and act now, given the mere fact that we're looking to strive to achieve food security. Like I said, the food import bill for us in the region is over $6 billion. And of course, reducing that by 25% is going to be a major feat for us, given the mere fact that we have what it takes, particularly right here in Guyana, to ensure that we boost agriculture, not just here in Guyana, but of course, throughout the Caribbean as well. I must tell you that we've got some heads of governments that are here as well, and you would have heard different representatives, of course, from different countries speaking this morning. And just to remind you, we've got the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda here, the Honorable Gaston Brown. We've also got the Prime Minister of Belize, the Honorable John Antonio Briceño. We've got the Prime Minister of Barbados, Honorable Mia Motley, the Prime Minister of Dominica, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt. We've got the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, the Honorable Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Deputy Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Honorable Isaac Chester Cooper. We've also got the Premier of Montserrat, Honorable Joseph Farrell, and the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley himself as well here. A number of agriculture ministers. We've got so many other ministers right here in Guyana as part of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. The delegates are continuing to arrive right here at the Arthur Convention Center. We've seen a number of head of states already arriving here. What we'll do is we'll head over. We've got some videos to play for you, and what we'll do as soon as those are done and we're settled in, we're going to come back for the official opening and the cutting of the ribbon right here at the Arthur Convention Center to officially open the Expo 2022.
With its vast tracts of arable lands, both on its coastal plains as well as its intermediate and hinterland savannas, Guyana offers the unique opportunity for large-scale agriculture undertakings in every area of endeavor, be it crops or livestock, fisheries and aquaculture, agro-processing, and other forms of value-added production, etc. The lush tropical climate, coupled with thousands of acres of fertile, virgin lands, offer the perfect environment for sustainable agriculture. Guyana has managed to maintain the status of an agriculture powerhouse across the region. Now that the government has plans to expand, investors are being invited to take advantage of all there is to offer from Guyana's very lucrative agriculture sector. Rice production has been at the helm of Guyana's agriculture sector for decades. As time passed, the government has been taking the necessary steps to ensure advances are made in the sector. Over the years, new varieties with improved qualities have been developed and put into cultivation. These varieties have been specially developed to be more resistant to pests and diseases and produce higher yields, allowing farmers to harvest more tons per acre. Guyana has also partnered with the International Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA, on the cultivation of a biofortified rice variety. Although still in the trial phase, this variety promises to be a game changer as it has a higher percentage of zinc, one of the only trace minerals considered a major player in the creation of DNA, growth of cells, building proteins, healing of damaged tissue, and supporting a healthy immune system. Once commercial production commences, this variety will attract preferential prices on the world market. Upon taking office back in 2020, the government, upon examining what were some of the main commodities being imported into Guyana and the need to make agriculture attractive to its younger population, began working on a plan in January. Guyana's head of state, President Dr. Irfaan Ali, launched the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This program targets youths from across the country and it creates an enabling environment for them to cultivate high-value crops such as carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower, and utilizes climate-smart agricultural practices such as the use of shade houses. To date, 54 shade houses have been constructed. Markets for these commodities are also readily available, and the program has been extremely successful thus far. Corn and soybeans are two of the main sources of protein for animal feed, As Guyana moves forward with the development of its livestock sector, steps have been taken to be able to produce most, if not all, of the feed needed to support the sector locally by 2025. A successful project is currently underway in the Tucama Savannas in Region 10, with a local conglomerate realizing a successful harvest from its first trial. In its efforts to support this project, the government has allocated $887 million to upgrade the infrastructure, such as roads, storage, and drying facilities, to support the efforts of the investors in the intermediate savannas. Great advances have also been made in Guyana's livestock sector. More emphasis is now being placed on the production of improved breeds of cattle to supply the local and regional markets with required cuts of meat, milk, and other dairy products. Attention is also being placed on improved breeds of poultry, swine, sheep, and goat, given the growing demand for chicken, duck, pork, mutton, and goat meat. The government continues to support these efforts through the provision of artificial insemination services and other genetic material. Government has also advanced plans for the construction of state-of-the-art abattoirs in 3 regions of the country to support the development of the sector and meet the quality standards expected. In 2022, Guyana exported more than $2.5 billion worth of coconuts and coconut byproducts. This represents a $600 million increase over the year 2020. The Hope Coconut Industries Limited is tasked with spearheading the advancement of the sector by providing farmers across the country with quality planting materials, mainly through the decentralization of its coconut seedlings program. Already 7 nurseries have been established, and by the end of 2022, an additional 3 nurseries will be built, bringing HCIL's annual production capacity to 206,000 seedlings. Other non-traditional crops such as cocoa and coffee, ginger, and turmeric are grown in Guyana's hinterland and are also being targeted for expansion. A relatively new and thriving subsector focused on extending the shelf life and adding value to traditional agricultural produce and providing local alternatives to products that were previously imported. Guyana's agro-processing sector has the potential to be one of the largest and most prominent in the region. This year, $96 million will be spent to establish a number of agro-processing and packaging facilities across the country in hopes of providing ready markets for produce, be it fruits, vegetables, sauces, or cosmetics. The expanding aquaculture industry has also been taking center stage given the growing demand for seafood native to Guyana's waters in the diaspora. Brackish water shrimp farming has been given a major boost with the establishment of large shrimp ponds as part of Phase 1 of a government-supported initiative to increase the production of this species. Through this intervention, brackish water shrimp production has moved from 250,000 kilograms mid-last year to more than 500,000 kilograms currently. Plans are moving apace for the introduction of deep-sea aquaculture through the use of marine cages, an effort to mitigate the reported decrease in catches, both locally and across the world. Because of the international demand for shrimp and prawns, work is also underway to identify and develop some 2,000 acres of land for shrimp farming. Several large-scale local farmers have already started work on the establishment of processing facilities to bring even more value to the sector. Unlike other countries in the region, Guyana continues to work towards the revitalization of its sugar industry, investing heavily in the refitting and reopening of closed sugar factories, with the aim of not only producing raw brown sugar, but going in the direction of value-added production, packaged sugar, and later refined white sugar. A lucrative opportunity for partnership is on offer in this sector, especially as it relates to the white sugar production. The President Ali-led government has declared Guyana open for business, underscoring the critical role investment and the private sector plays in any country's development. Many red tape and other hurdles that were in place prior to August 2020 have been removed, thus creating an enabling environment for doing business in Guyana. Steps have since been taken to simplify the business registration, licensing, and land titling processes, with more information being made available online, along with certain services being decentralized. Through the Guyana Office for Investment, public-private dialogue has also been enhanced. The Guyana National Bureau of Standards, an ISO 9001-2015 certified agency, has also worked to promote and develop appropriate quality standards. Improvements have also been made to tax policies, and the CARICOM heads of state are currently working to develop a regional system to facilitate better access to financing. The time to invest in Guyana's agriculture sector is now. Come partner with us as we work towards lowering the regional food import bill while achieving and sustaining regional food and nutrition security.
Join us on this journey to realizing Vision 25 by 2025.
Grab the phone, get the hoe, link up the family and come let it go. Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim. Yes! Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim.
When you think about it, food is life. That's why people come to Dominica. They don't only come for the waterfall or the scenery or the views, but it's the flavor. Sometimes it is just what they can taste. The flavors that we have here, you can't find anywhere in the world. They are truly unique. I've been in business 17 years, and I see so many guests come and go. My business is to put a smile on their face and something good in their belly. Everything we serve here is local. It comes from all over Dominica. So we get fresh lettuce, or vegetable, or fish from Saint-Sauveur, all our product from the farm. Sometimes go on the farm and help them pick. The uniqueness of the experience is in how authentic it is. I heard the taxi driver promoting my plantain chips. I said, that's the best plantain chips I ever have. I don't have to go and put it on TV. Money is not everything, but leaving customer with a smile, friendly service, and they will come back. This is the real Dominica. I'm just proud to be a part of it. My name is Maurice Smith. They call me Rudy. Tourism is my business.
Belize. Much potential, endless possibilities, hidden secrets. Of the many secrets that Belize has to offer, the best is its capacity for growth and transformation. With some 2 million acres of land suited to agriculture, proximity to markets in Central and North America and the Caribbean, peace-loving, hard-working people, and a stable economy recovering under the leadership of Plan Belize Agriculture, Belize is hard to equal. Why invest in agriculture in Belize? Investors need a climate which is stable and has flexible terms for their investment. They need variety and diversity in commodities. Agriculture in Belize offers all that and much more. The possibilities for agriculture in Belize are endless. From the traditional export crops of sugar, banana, and citrus to non-traditional commodities like tilapia, shrimp, red kidney beans, black-eyed peas, corn, cotton, coconuts, cocoa beans, rice, pitahaya, soursop, and avocados, to value-added products such as pepper sauces, ice creams, soybean oil, citrus juices and pellets, to the thriving livestock sector, including both beef and dairy. Belize has an amazing array of products ready for development, niche investment, and growth. To provide a stable backdrop for investment, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise has created a fresh new outlook on how the country's food sector should be organized. The ministry has been restructured to better serve everyone involved in agriculture. Antiquated legislature is being constantly updated to reflect the dynamism of our times. Secure financing for the productive sector has been obtained. In addition, regional partnerships with neighboring countries to establish trade agreements are being aggressively pursued as growth of the agriculture sector continues. With more confidence comes more growth across the industry. Together, we plant, grow, and build Belize.
Nature has a way of healing people. It's one of the reasons people come here. And that's something we should be proud of. It's not everywhere in the world that has clean air, pure water, and herbs in abundance. Herbs I've been using since I was a child. My mom was a herbalist from tradition, taught by her grandmother, and we were raised as children using herbs for medicine. I feel it's my responsibility not only to preserve these herbs, but also to share it. That's why I'm glad to work with the tour companies to welcome guests here. Welcome to Dominica. And to introduce them to herbs that they have never seen or heard of. They even learn about new uses of plants that they have in their own garden, like treating a cold with begonia, which is a rich source of vitamin C. Many people only know it as a houseplant. It's a great honor to do my part. My name is Roy Ormond. Tourism is my business.
I believe in the natural order of things. I believe in the harmony of things. You know, in everything we do, we have to keep it natural. I've been doing farming for now over a decade. My day is very hectic, but I make it light, you know, because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy producing the best quality goods and to make sure that the people that receive it, they receive the best that they can ever get. Right from the farm, everything that I grow, I process them back into the farm so that the same things that grow in the farm is what protects the farm. Tourism is my business. You know, it's not just dealing with the foreigners that come in, but it's preparing those things that when they come, they can feel and taste the difference in coming to this exotic island. And it starts with the farmer, because we provide the things that they eat, that they taste, that they drink. I believe in my heart that it's my responsibility to provide quality. My name is Tony Alves, and tourism is my business.
I love the freedom when I'm out there. Simply put, the worries from shore, none of that out there. And it's my daily bread. I learned it from my dad. My dad is one of the senior guys here who catch the biggest fish around here. And he's top with the red snappers. It's a family thing. I'm the only one fishing right now in the family. Just keeping it going. I enjoy bringing them up, man. Sometimes we have a yellowfin tuna, 400 pounds. Man, let me tell you, that's just a joy out there. I enjoy going out there and just holding the big fish. I don't lift weights, I lift fish. The morning of my fishing trip, I would get up, make a little spice tea. Then I come down here. I have my GPS, which most fishermen are supposed to have that. Normally I prepare the day before, because whenever you're going out there, you must have ice. Ice is a must for preservation of the fish. So I always make sure I have everything the day before. My fish represents me, and I bring good quality fish ashore simply because the restaurants themselves, they have to show a quality product. Tourism and agriculture go hand in hand, that's what I think. We're all connected, it's like a big machine, and I'm just so proud to be a part of it. My name is Brandon Carlisle, and tourism is my business.
The environment is precious, it means a lot to us. The environment is precious, protection is a must. Let's hear it so we can share it, protect it and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Let's hear it so we can share it, protect it and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Get on board right from the start, everyone must play a part. Sandy beaches are the best, only here the Oriole nest. Protect it.
Hello and welcome to our continued coverage of the opening of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center. Just in my periphery vision, I can see His Excellency the President making his way here to the ribbon cutting. Remember, we're going to have the ribbon cutting ceremony, and that officially marks the opening of the Investment Forum and Expo here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center. Remember, the forum is being held under the theme Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. And I'm telling you, the president is in my periphery vision. I can literally see him. He has stopped a little bit talking to students, shaking hands of students of the Bishop's High School, and the president engaging those students. Have got the other heads of government as well from CARICOM. Here I can see Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Keith Rowley. I can also see Mrs. Carrot as well. Dr. Rowley, and I can also see John Antonio Briseno, the Prime Minister of Belize as well, engaging school. I can also see the Agriculture Minister in that vicinity as well. And I see Mia Motley making her way to join the other heads of government as well, engaging those students of the Bishop's High School. And of course, remember, we're all here to open the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. They're just taking a little bit of time to engage those students. We've got a number of schools represented here. We've got students from the Guyana School of Agriculture. We've also got students from the St. Joseph High School. We've got students from the St. Stanislaus College as well represented here. President Ali shaking hands with the students, and they're making their way to the ribbon where they will be cutting the ribbons. And I think President Ali is also, well, he has stopped a little bit, engaging a gentleman there himself and Dr. Rowley, along with Mia Motley as well. I can see her as well as the Secretary General of CARICOM. I can see her gathered there as well. Dr. Ashley Singh is just behind the president as well. President is continuing with his handshakes and meeting persons who were gathered here today. Is a very significant day, historic day in Guyana. It's the inaugural Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, the first of its kind. Significant again, like we mentioned earlier in our broadcast, given the fact that we're really looking to lower our food import bill in the region, which is at $6 billion thereabout. And everything that is being done here in Guyana over the next 3 days or so is an initiative by CARICOM, as well as with the government of Guyana, joint initiative that is, to ensuring that we really stay on top of the this issue of food security in the region. The president, of course, would have stopped again, engaging students of the Guyana School of Agriculture. Dr. Rowley is next to him. They're engaging students, shaking hands. I'm sure this is a proud moment for many students who are getting an opportunity to shake hands of leaders from throughout the region, engaging them in conversation. Certainly very historic and significant for those students as well. They've literally made their way close enough to the ribbons, but they're not there just yet, as the president is making his way over again to engage other students. He's engaging students of Queen's College. I see some young men and women there proudly wearing their uniforms, as the president is definitely engaging those young people. Remember, young people, of course, there's a bright future in agriculture for young people. We've heard all the encouragement this morning from leaders in CARICOM, encouraging young persons to take up those opportunities that are available in agriculture. And it's just one of those things, I'm sure, where with the right type of investment, young persons throughout, not just here in Guyana, but across the region as well, will be capitalizing on those opportunities that are available in agriculture. Like I said, we're just moments away before the ribbons are cut here, which signals the official opening of the Investment Forum and Expo right here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We've got so many exhibitors that are gathered here, about over 100 of them already with their booths and stuff. I can tell you, when you have an opportunity to come down here and have a walkthrough of those booths, you'll be blown away, given the mere fact that how these guys have literally transformed what we know as it relates to booths and stuff like that. It was just a traditional tent, but now it's way past that. We've got booths here with air conditioned. I saw some companies, Caribbean Chemicals, there's a company from Jamaica Massey Motors. All of these major companies are represented here. Companies from throughout the region in Barbados. We got companies from Trinidad and Tobago, and they're about to cut the ribbon, which officially opens up the expo to the general public for those persons who are watching at home. I see the president there. I see John Antonio Briceño, the Prime Minister of Belize. I see the Minister of Agriculture. They're in the vicinity as well. I also see the Honorable Gaston Brown as well, Prime Minister of Antigua. Keith Rowley as well, standing next to the president. And they're literally about to cut the ribbon, which officially opens up the expo here to the general public. And again, pretty significant day here in Guyana, given the very fact that we've seen so many investors, so many persons and companies, representative of companies gathered here at the Arthur Chung Convention Center. Well, it has officially been cut, and that signals the official opening of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. The ribbon was just cut by His Excellency the President, along with other leaders from throughout CARICOM, who are here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. The camera guys will stay with the team as they are about to have a walkthrough of the exhibits. They're going to be visiting the different exhibitors which are gathered here, like I said, and you had a plethora of them, so many of them from throughout the region, so many local investors, so many local exhibitors are here as well, as everybody is looking to capitalize on opportunities that will be available given the fact that we are here for the very first Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. All right, so I think the president is engaging members of the media there a little bit. The regional leaders are there with him as well, and continuing their engagement with students. Again, a very proud moment for students, high school students across Guyana who get an opportunity to engage with leaders from throughout CARICOM. Again, some schools represented here. I see Queen's College, I see Bishop's High School, I also see St. Stanislaus, St. Joseph's High, and those are some of the schools represented, as well as the Guyana School of Agriculture. The engagements continue there with leaders of CARICOM, with some students from Queen's College. And again, we're talking about young people getting involved in agriculture. Very integral if we're going to be really looking to boost in terms of our production in agriculture. And using technology is going to be vital as relates to that. Young people we know are very good and integral when it comes to the use of technology. And I'm sure it can be encouraged to boost our production. And that will go a really long way in terms of food security for the region. The engagements continue with the leaders of CARICOM. As the president there speaking with other members of those schools. Right, so the walkabout is about to happen. What we'll do is we will allow you to enjoy the natural sounds, and we will continue with our commentary in just a few.
You coming on? Tell me.
My body excellent.
Watermelon?
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
I'm so amazed.
place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some are we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. And when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just to embrace her. You say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world. Place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our
Right, continuing with our coverage, of course, you just saw the cutting of the ribbons by His Excellency the President, as well as regional leaders who definitely participated in that ceremony. Again, they're continuing their engagement there with persons who are having their booths here on display at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Next to the President, we see the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. Next to her, we've got the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley as well. As they continue their engagements with students in that vicinity, like I mentioned, we've got over 100 exhibitors gathered here at the conference center. We've got exhibitors from throughout the region. We would have spoken to a few of them earlier. We have some persons from Trinidad and Tobago. We've got persons from Barbados. Mentioned we've got booths from Jamaica as well. We've also got some from the US, some persons from Ghana as well that are here. So the exhibition is definitely well supported, and given the mere fact that it's very significant, the importance of such an event as well, given the mere fact that we're really trying to lower our food import bill by 25% by 2025. It's one of those things which the region, CARICOM in itself, sees as very, very integral in terms of us being able to do so. I had an opportunity to walk through, like I mentioned earlier, I had an opportunity to sample some of what is on display here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We got fruits, vegetables, we got agro-processors, we got the major companies as well in the country here doing their thing, you know, showcasing what they have to offer. And of course, everybody's looking forward to tap into opportunities that are available in agriculture
here in Guyana and, of course, throughout the region, because integrally what we are looking to do as a region is to ensuring that even as we strive for food security, barriers which the regional leaders would have spoken about in terms of trade, those are one of the things, of course, which will come up at these the discussions in terms of the forums, how we can really put systems in place to ensure that we really ease those barriers for trade and investment throughout the region. Because if, like the Prime Ministers and the President himself would have mentioned, if we're going to be doing this, we really do need to do it now. It's not about talking anymore. We've been in so many engagements over the past years, and of course we're really looking to seriously make inroads into ensuring that as a region we can really supply ourselves with food. One of the things I must mention which stood out to me earlier is the fact Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, when she spoke about the fact that you got about some 18 million persons here in the region, and if we're looking to feed those persons who are residing in the region, irrespective of whichever territory you're from, then of course we really do need to invest in agriculture, and of course ensure that we capitalize on those opportunities that are available. Not just the 18 million people, but of course we're allowing people to come to the Caribbean. The Caribbean is known as a tourism destination. We've got so many persons coming here as well. As relates to that, we must be able to feed those persons as well once they come into the region. I like the fact that she said that you can't have persons coming into the region and using canned stuff from outside of the region. As a region, we are, capable enough to produce all of those things, fresh fruit, juices, and all of these things which can be consumed by persons who are coming to the region for tourism to enjoy our destinations. And integrally, as relates to that, they must be able to enjoy our local cuisine just the same way, in terms of instead of using items from outside of the region. Just to recap, in terms of if you would have missed those addresses earlier, one of the things that Dr. Carla Barnett, the Secretary General of CARICOM, she would have mentioned, she made mention of the fact that investing in Vision 25 is not just a concept, but one that CARICOM deems a necessity, and that in itself, she said, we must act now. Dr. Barnett spoke about CARICOM's resilience shown during the pandemic, which can be translated into our aim for food security in the region. As a people, we're very, very resilient indeed, and we would have seen that during the pandemic. So in itself, in terms of us being able to achieve food security, one of those things we must tap into is our resilience, which was shown during that period, or the pandemic, which we are still going through. On your screens, you're seeing images there of the school children, which I mentioned earlier. We've got those students there from the St. Stanislaus College, and they're talking there to the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley. And again, it must be a treat for those students who are gathered here, get an opportunity to engage with leaders from throughout the region. Continuing in terms of what was said this morning, Dr. Barnett also mentioned that tough decisions must be made by governments in agriculture to provide financing to support producers and farmers, and that in itself is very significant. We've got a number of financial institutions that are here as part of the Investment Forum and Expo. We've got Republic Bank. I know Demara Bank as well is here. We've also got the Caribbean Development Bank as well. Some persons, representatives are here as relates to that. So that in itself should be able to address that issue of financing to ensure that as a region we can seriously make inroads into slashing our food import bill by 25%. If we are going to do that, financing is critical to that process. His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, during his address, would have spoken to the fact that the uptake in production in terms of wheat and maize and fish production and other produce as well, the demand for these increases annually. Of course, one of the things we're looking to ramp up production. With all of these things, the demand for that increases, so we must ensure that we put systems in place to meet those demands. Business development partnerships between private and public sectors in agriculture. The President would have spoken to that as well. There must be partnerships if we're really looking to make inroads into this whole bill in terms of the $6 billion that we've been spending over the years for food import. President Ali also spoke about the goal of increased production in rice and fish and shrimp by 2030. with increased investment in other areas of agriculture as well. And of course, we're really, really looking to ensure that as a region, we can meet the demand that is there. And with those increased investment in those areas, I'm sure as a region, we can be able to meet that whole goal of food security that we are striving for. President Ali also highlighted the cooperation between Guyana and Barbados. We know that we share a very strong relationship between Barbados and Guyana. And that is known given the fact that we have the whole Black Belly Sheep Initiative, which was launched recently in Region 5. Region 5 is known as the agriculture center, so to speak, of the country, or the agriculture region of the country. And that is one of the things, that initiative, the Black Belly Sheep Initiative, is going to boost that particular investment there and opportunities available in terms of agriculture. We've got also that food terminal in Barbados that is going to be set up to ensure that we have produce and products from Barbados and from Guyana and that are going to be showcased there, and another area of cooperation between those two countries. Well, one of the things I must mention is the fact that the president highlighted that a fertilizer plant will be set up here locally, and this will help to meet the demand, not just locally, but regionally as well. And this, I know when Dr. Rowley would have spoken earlier about that in terms of the fertilizer plant. Of course, everybody is basically looking forward to that initiative, which will benefit all countries that are involved as it relates to CARICOM. We know that the chair of CARICOM, and that is John Antonio Brasinho, the Prime Minister of Belize, during his address, he spoke about the leading role President Ali is playing in CARICOM as we strive towards the goal of food security in the region. He applauded and commended Dr. Ali's vision and the initiatives shown already as we really look to tackle food security in the region. Prime Minister Brasinho posited that the President's vision is realistic and is imperative for the region if we're going to be achieving food security. And it's very, very important, given John Brasinho's role, the Prime Minister of Belize, given that he's the current chair of CARICOM. It's very, very important that we have CARICOM support as a country as we really look to secure ourselves as the breadbasket of the Caribbean. And that has already been highlighted on so many occasions, given the fact that as a country we're blessed with an abundance of fresh water, an abundance of land that can be utilized to ensure that we really produce fruits, vegetables, anything that we can find in the US and in Europe can be grown right here in Guyana, given the mere fact that we have such an abundance of resources. With the right investment, I'm sure as a country we can be able to get to that point. The Prime Minister of Belize also spoke about the importance of the removal of the market barriers of trade if we are going to achieve food security, and that's one of the things which most leaders this morning during their presentation spoke about. And it's very, very important. A barrier of trade cannot be allowed if we're going to really look to tap into and capitalize on opportunities for investment in agriculture. That's one of the things which is very, very important for us to be able to remove those barriers in trade, because it's one of those things which the Prime Minister of Dominica, he would have spoken about as well during his presentation, given the fact that Dominica is known for ginger and avocado, and he would also alluded to the fact that it's easier to export those things to markets like Europe and the US, and the difficulties in doing so to countries right here in the region. So trade barrier, of course, is one of those things which comes up in conversations that they will have. All right, again on your screens, if you're just joining us, we've just had the ribbon cutting ceremony, which officially opens up the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo here. The exhibitors, which are on the parking lot of the Arthur Conference Center. We've got over 100 of them, like I mentioned. We've got so many of them from throughout the region that are here. We spoke to a few of them from Trinidad and Tobago, from Barbados. There are some persons from Jamaica as well that are here, from the US. We've got Suriname that is represented here as well. We've got some companies from Africa that are here, and of course those major companies here in Guyana, as well as those now, or the startup agro-processors, so to speak, and those that have established themselves. They're right here. So if you're watching us at home and you want to come down to the Arthur Chung Conference Center, you can do so, because the exhibition has been officially opened, and you can definitely come down and capitalize on deals and steals, as we all do love. The Arthur Chung Conference Center has been transformed with lots of hard work. I must tell you, if you come here and you find some cows, or if you see some horses in the compound, don't be alarmed. It's we're talking about agriculture, and these animals are, if I can say, secured in some fancy pens which are created by the guys, the hardworking guys here. And like I said, Guyana is really blessed when it comes to an abundance of resources, and we know that we can meet the need in every single area, and not just traditional sectors. But the president would have alluded to the fact that Guyana is looking to diversify and to get into other areas that are not traditional, so to speak. We're looking at hemp production. We got the hemp legislation, which was tabled and passed in National Assembly recently. We've also got we're looking to tap into areas of soybean production. We're heading into that area as well. We got corn, and all these things are already grown. And I was surprised when I learned recently that we grow grapes here in Guyana as well. So other areas is definitely going to be tapped into. And one of the things I must tell you is a large turnout. If you're looking at us on your screens, if you are following us on radio, what I must tell you is that we've got a very, very large turnout here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. This morning we saw a very large turnout as well at the National Cultural Center, where we had the opening ceremony, and that has transcended itself into what we're seeing here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, with the volume of persons who have literally taken an opportunity to come out here to see and engage those exhibitors from not just here in Guyana, but exhibitors from throughout the regions. We've got ministers of government that have taken the opportunity as well to talk and interact with those persons who are exhibiting, or exhibitors here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, and taking the opportunity to speak with students as well of the various schools which are represented out here as well. You can stay with us as we continue our coverage of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Remember, it's the inaugural, it's the first one, the first of its kind. We've got so many persons gathered here, and we'll allow you to enjoy some scenes and some sights, and we'll come right back with some more coverage of the Expo and exhibition at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Stay with us. We're going to be right back in just a few.
Such a beautiful country with love and people in harmony. I'm so amazed to live in such a beautiful country with love and people in harmony.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some are we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane, same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wuro nogong moro wia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
So amazed to live in such a beautiful country with loving people in harmony. I'm so amazed to live in such a beautiful country with loving people in harmony.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some are we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 race I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. Love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own,
Bire mazak wura nagong. Moro we are got manado tijit ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some are we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. Six race, I share this.
Continuing with our coverage here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Of course, I'm standing right here in the exhibition area. We mentioned earlier the amount of persons that have gathered here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We've got a very large turnout. Persons are literally taking an opportunity to visit various booths that are here. Like I mentioned, we've got so many persons, not just local exhibitors, we've got exhibitors from throughout the region as well. But just behind me, or to my left, so to speak, we've got one exhibitor right here, and this company is a Trinidadian company. And like I said, given the fact that we've spoken about regional exhibitors as well, this is another company that is here at the exhibition today as part of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. Not too far from where I'm standing, I just saw the First Lady to get an opportunity as well to visit booths, engage those persons who are in those booths as well, and definitely supporting the initiative as well. This afternoon, regional agencies are going to participate in a roundtable discussion, and we've got so many donor agencies that are going to be a part of that. It's an initiative, of course, like you mentioned, with the government of Guyana and CARICOM. And to give you an idea of some of those donor agencies we're talking about, we've got IDB Invest, the Inter-American Development Bank. We've got the IFC-WB, which is the Inter-Financial Corporation of the World Bank. We've also got the CDB, which is the Central Development Bank. We've got FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization. We've got ICA, the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, and that is the International Organization of the Americas, specializing in agriculture and rural well-being. Another agency as well that's going to be participating in those discussions is the WFP, with the World Food Program, the Food Assistance Branch of the United Nations. It is the world's largest humanitarian organization focused on hunger and food security, and the largest provider of school meals. We've got some Global Affairs Canada as well. We've got USAID, the United States Agency for International Development, the UK, United Kingdom, and RBL Republic Bank Limited as well are going to be participating as well in these discussions. Again, like I mentioned, we're standing here in the exhibition area where persons are taking an opportunity to visit those various booths. The exhibitors out here getting an opportunity to engage with the exhibitors, and of course getting an opportunity to see what they themselves can tap into, maybe can walk away with. If you're still at home and you're wondering what's happening at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, it's the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, which has been launched, officially opened today at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We got the ribbon cutting just a little while ago. His Excellency the President, as well as those regional leaders, would have been involved in that exercise. And continuing, just in case you would have missed what was said this morning in terms of our regional leaders and all those persons who were here supporting this initiative, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, Gaston Brown, would have alluded to the fact that CARICOM, if we're in a position rather to achieve food security, we must develop an inclusive development and policy, and that deals with trade barriers, logistics, and so many other areas. And again, we spoke about trade barriers as well. That's another thing that came up this morning by all the leaders who are very, very passionate about ensuring that we remove those barriers for trade and logistics if we're really going to tackle this issue of food security in the region. Again, like I said, we're here in the area, the exhibition area. We've got so many exhibitors out here, or just over 100 of them, thereabout, out here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, and everybody from within the Guyana, from throughout the Caribbean, everybody are definitely here. Listen, it's been a lot of hard work that has gone into ensuring that the facility looks as amazing as it does now. Just yesterday when you were here, the guys were still putting the finishing touches, so to speak, to those booths, ensuring that you get an opportunity to be here as we are now to participate in this expo. The president
place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's
With its vast tracts of arable lands, both on its coastal plains as well as its intermediate and hinterland savannas, Guyana offers the unique opportunity for large-scale agriculture undertakings in every area of endeavor, be it crops or livestock, fisheries and aquaculture, agro-processing, and other forms of value-added production, etc. The lush tropical climate, coupled with thousands of acres of fertile, virgin lands, offer the perfect environment for sustainable agriculture. Guyana has managed to maintain
that your colleague, if I'm going to bring you into the conversation, you mentioned he's from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. Talk to us about the importance. I know agriculture is a big thing in those islands in the OECS. We've got a lot of countries that are involved in agriculture, but talk to us from a holistic perspective in terms of CARICOM, how important it is for us as a region to be able to meet the goal that we're really looking for in terms of lowering our food import.
To re-strategize and refocus on trying getting food from our CARICOM neighbors, because the issues of transportation that's arising, the food supply from out is no longer guaranteed, and from that perspective alone, we have to redouble our efforts to work together and to produce food as a region.
One of the overwhelming themes that we saw coming out of many of those discussions this morning and presentations by leaders is the whole issue of trade barriers and logistics and being able to move goods freely throughout the region. From a CARICOM perspective, I know you're in another official capacity, but we're talking about how important is that in terms of being able to break down those barriers if we're really going to advance the agriculture systems in the region.
What I can tell you, there's more than work in progress. There are a whole heap of policies, guidelines, and also protocols that have been developed to deal particularly with that. And I'm suspecting with the new ministerial task force that is headed and chaired by that intra-regional trade that we're looking for taking place and happening.
Gentlemen, I must thank you for talking to us this morning, and I wish you the very best as you walk about and participate in the activities here this afternoon.
And thank you, and do enjoy.
Awesome stuff. All right. Great. So that was a representative there from CARICOM, as well as a representative from the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States as well, sharing their sentiments as relates to what they think about the Expo, the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. Remember, it's the first of its kind here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We've got so many people out here. We've got so many groups represented, so many schools represented, and everybody is literally taking an opportunity to participate and to capitalize on those deals and those steals. What I must mention to you is the fact that we've got over 100 exhibitors here at the ACCC. We've got exhibitors from throughout the region, from Trinidad and Tobago, from Barbados. We've got exhibitors from Jamaica. We've got exhibitors from the United States. That are here as part of the Investment Forum and Expo. We've got persons from as far as the Quarantine region. We've got exhibitors as far as Rupununi, I was told. We've got literally persons represented from throughout Guyana here at the exhibition and expo. I've got some ladies here. I'm not sure if they're going to be talking to us, but I'm going to put you ladies on spot. Good afternoon, ladies. We're actually live at the moment. We're live on television on NCN. I want to just trying to figure what you guys think about the expo. What are your impressions thus far?
Well, today is the first day, as we all know, but so far it's a wealth of information, a lot of creativity, and we're looking forward to the next couple of days.
Sorry, are you from Guyana? I'm getting an accent.
No, we're from Antigua Barbuda.
All right, I know your Prime Minister would have spoken this morning and spoken passionately so about trade barriers and us being, if we're really looking to achieve food security, it's our time to act now. Talk to us about what you think about the expo so far.
Oh, well, so far, it's an objective, but so far the expo is good, and I'm happy to see that we are moving in the right direction. At least we are now utilizing and processing what we grow in order to reduce waste. But like one of the speakers said, we need to re-educate our people as to our consumption pattern, as to what we eat naturally, and how do we continue to do that particular education. So I think so far, once we all can dedicate ourselves to our development, we will get to the promised land.
I want to bring you in here now. I'm wondering what your thoughts are as it relates to us as a region collectively really tackling this whole issue of food security. How important is that for us as a region to be able to work together to accomplish the goal of reducing our food import bill by 25% by 2025?
Well, I think we're poised to do that, and Guyana being the host for this exhibition, I think it was a great idea. We have lots to see, lots to learn about. Incidentally, I'm Guyanese, studied here, but I'm living and working.
Antigua, you've had an opportunity to sort of salivate and enjoy some of our local cuisine. What is the one thing that you have enjoyed so far?
I'm gonna say the dal puri. Yeah, the dal puri.
Awesome. So how about you?
Yeah, I love the bakes. The bakes was wonderful. Wonderful.
All right, you're Guyanese. What do you enjoy?
Everything. I'm at home. Nice.
All right, great. Thanks for talking to us. Great. Lyndon Davidson. We're actually live on TV at the moment. All right. All right, so we're continuing with our live coverage here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center as part of the exhibition and expo. We've got so many persons here from throughout the region, as you would have heard just now, not just Guyanese, but persons throughout the region that are taking an opportunity to so they're here as well outside, just not too far away from where we are as well. You got cattle in that vicinity. So if you're watching us at home, it has been officially opened. You can definitely come down right here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center and grab an opportunity to see what we're really talking about when we're talking about ensuring as a region that we really meet the need in terms of food security, because we have everything in the region that can be able to meet that goal that we're really talking about in terms of reducing our food import bill by 2025. We've got so many persons here. Remember the president and the other leaders as well. They're making their way slowly but surely to these parts. They are currently engaging and interacting with some exhibitors on the out in another part of the exhibition area. It's a very large area. The entire area was literally transformed to what it is now, and like I said to you before, it's not just your regular tents anymore when you're talking about booths and stuff like that. These guys have really stepped it up the notch. Arthur Chung Conference Center. There's so much happening here, so much activity, so much hype, so many persons from various government ministries. We got various government ministers out here, different agencies. I saw some staff members of the Ministry of Finance a little while ago. We got the persons from the Ministry of Tourism that are out here. We got persons from Go Invest as well. I saw a Go Invest booth, and Go Invest is really, really important and integral if we're really looking at investment in Guyana. Remember, it's an investment forum and expo, so Go Invest, of course, is playing an integral role as it relates to ensuring that investors get an opportunity to really capitalize on those opportunities in agriculture. We've got some investors from throughout the Caribbean. We've got investors from as far as Europe, as North America, and I'm sure those persons are going to be looking at opportunities in agriculture to be able to ensure that, you know, we as a region can be food secure if we're really going to Chung Conference Center, and I'm sure persons will be getting an opportunity to really see what those companies, not just here in Guyana, but companies throughout the region, what they have to offer, and some of the things that they themselves can take advantage of as it relates to the exhibition and some of the booths that are out here this afternoon. All right, so one thing I must tell you as well, this morning we had the opening ceremony. We've got leaders from throughout the region that were here, and persons who would have given their take in terms of their address and remarks that were made at the opening ceremony. Just a reminder, we've got Prime Minister from Barbados, we've got the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, we've got the Prime Minister of Dominica, we've got the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago here as well. We've got as well representative from Montserrat. We've got also persons from the Deputy Prime Minister of the Bahamas as well here. Lower food import bill, which is $6 billion, a whopping $6 billion, and that in itself is very, very significant. And given that we're really looking to reduce that by 25%, all those leaders had an opportunity to contribute to the conversation, including the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honorable Mia Motley, as well, who would have given her remarks this morning. As we continue our conversation here, we're going to be looking for persons to engage them as well as they, you know, pass by, just to get an opportunity or a sense of what they think, how they feel about the expo here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. I know that we've got our drones as well in the air, and the guys can give you an aerial shot as relates to what is happening on the ground, and just an aerial view to get a sense of the fact that the ACC has literally been transformed to what it is now. Given all the activity and the hype surrounding the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo 2022. So what I will do is that thoughts with us as relates to what they think about the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. So the technical guys are going to be taking you through some scenes and some sites as we definitely participate in the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center.
tracts of arable lands, both on its coastal plains as well as its intermediate and hinterland savannas, Guyana offers the unique opportunity for large-scale agriculture undertakings in every area of endeavor, be it crops or livestock, fisheries and aquaculture, agro-processing, and other forms of value-added production, etc. The lush tropical climate, coupled with thousands of acres of fertile, virgin lands, offer the perfect environment for sustainable agriculture. Guyana has managed to maintain the status of an agriculture powerhouse across the region. Now that the government has plans to expand, investors are being invited to take advantage of all there is to offer from Guyana's very lucrative agriculture sector. Rice production has been at the helm of Guyana's agriculture sector for decades. As time passed, the government has been taking the necessary steps to ensure advances are made in the sector. Over the years, new varieties with improved qualities have been developed and put into cultivation. These varieties have been specially developed to be more Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, AICA, on the cultivation of a biofortified rice variety. Although still in the trial phase, this variety promises to be a game changer as it has a higher percentage of zinc, one of the only trace minerals considered a major player in the creation of DNA, growth of cells, building proteins, healing of damaged tissue, and supporting a healthy immune system. Once commercial production commences, this variety will attract preferential prices on the world market. Upon taking office back in 2020, the government, upon examining what were some of the main commodities being imported into Guyana and the need to make agriculture attractive to its younger population, began working on a plan in January. Guyana's head of state, President Dr. Irfaan Ali, launched the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This program targets youths from across the country and creates an enabling environment To date, 54 shade houses have been constructed. Markets for these commodities are also readily available, and the program has been extremely successful thus far. Corn and soybeans are two of the main sources of protein for animal feed. As Guyana moves forward with the development of its livestock sector, steps have been taken to be able to produce most, if not all, of the feed needed to support the sector locally by 2025. A successful project is currently underway in the Tacama Savannas and region, and with a local conglomerate realizing a successful harvest from its first trial. In its efforts to support this project, the government has allocated $887 million to upgrade the infrastructure, such as roads, storage, and drying facilities, to support the efforts of the investors in the intermediate savannas. Great advances have also been made in Guyana's livestock sector. More emphasis is now being placed on the production of improved breeds of cattle to supply the local and regional markets with required cuts of meat, milk, goat meat. The government continues to support these efforts through the provision of artificial insemination services and other genetic material. Government has also advanced plans for the construction of state-of-the-art abattoirs in 3 regions of the country to support the development of the sector and meet the quality standards expected. In 2022, Guyana exported more than $2.5 billion worth of coconuts and coconut byproducts. This represents a $600 million increase over the year 2020. The Hope Coconut Industries Limited is tasked with spearheading the advancement of the sector by providing farmers across the country with quality planting materials, mainly through the decentralization of its coconut seedlings program. Already 7 nurseries have been established, and by the end of 2022, an additional 3 nurseries will be built, bringing HCIL's annual production capacity to 206,000 seedlings. Other non-traditional crops such as cocoa and coffee, ginger, and turmeric are grown in Guyana's hinterland and are produce and providing local alternatives to products that were previously imported. Guyana's agro-processing sector has the potential to be one of the largest and most prominent in the region. This year, $96 million will be spent to establish a number of agro-processing and packaging facilities across the country in hopes of providing ready markets for produce, be it fruits, vegetables, sauces, or cosmetics. The expanding aquaculture industry has also been taking center stage given the growing demand for seafood native to Guyana's waters in the diaspora. Brackish water shrimp farming has been given a major boost with the establishment of large shrimp ponds as part of Phase 1 of a government-supported initiative to increase the production of this species. Through this intervention, brackish water shrimp production has moved from 250,000 kilograms mid-last year to more than 500,000 kilograms currently. Plans are moving apace for the introduction of deep-sea aquaculture through the use of marine cages, an effort to mitigate the reported decrease in catches, both locally and across farming. Several large-scale local farmers have already started work on the establishment of processing facilities to bring even more value to the sector. Unlike other countries in the region, Guyana continues to work towards the revitalization of its sugar industry, investing heavily in the refitting and reopening of closed sugar factories, with the aim of not only producing raw brown sugar, but going in the direction of value-added production, packaged sugar, and later refined white sugar, a lucrative opportunity for
Continuing with our conversation here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, I am pleased to have in my presence the Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise of Belize, the Honorable Jose Mai. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Guyana.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here in Guyana.
Awesome stuff. I'm asking this question to everybody. I'm going to put you on the spot. You've been here for a little bit. What have you enjoyed so far in terms of our cuisine? What have you had? What have you enjoyed so far? Morning, when your Prime Minister spoke, he spoke about the need to remove trade barriers, particularly as it relates to the Caribbean community, if we're really going to advance agriculture in the region. Talk to us about, agriculture is your role. Talk to us about how you view that particular issue in terms of trade barriers from a regional perspective, in terms of if we're really going to advance the food systems in the region.
Yes, if we're going to advance agriculture trade in the region, we must remove barriers. And I say trade barriers and technical barriers to trade, because many of the Caribbean states do impose some barriers and cause problems to trade in the region. We have had a share of experience with that, and I think that if what was said today is going to be implemented, then it is a good thing, and it is definitely required.
Yeah. Most of the regional leaders who spoke this morning, one of the theme of most of the messages that we heard is the mere fact that as a region is and Belize is known for agriculture, but how important it is for us as a region to be able to tap into opportunities in agriculture if we're really looking to reduce our food import bill by 25%.
Well, we should have done this years ago. I mean, when one member state has to go to court or takes another member state to court because of undermining trade, then that is not brotherhood, and that has to stop. So if everything that was said this morning is implemented, then that's the way to go. But it's left to be seen, because it cannot be that as a member state you will disallow my product when it meets every single requirement, right? So I think that speeches are beautiful, but I need to see action.
Belize participating in the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo, Belize being an agricultural nation as well. Conversations that we'll be engaged in with the donors and agencies, particularly the World Bank. We've got ICA, all these organizations. What are you looking forward to come out of those engagements?
Well, essentially, I think my objective here was to meet some of the ministers, to exchange our views, to exchange our experiences, And at the end of the day, right, we are looking for really the tariff barriers, not tariff barriers, barriers in the whole to be removed so that we can trade. If we trade within our region, our farmers are better off, our economy is better off. So I think that's what my objective is here today. If we can achieve that, then I would not have wasted my money in vain to be here.
Yeah. You've had an opportunity to walk around a little bit to see some of the exhibitors here. Share your thoughts with me. What do you think about some of the things that you would have seen, some of the persons you would have spoken to as well?
I saw some interesting products. I saw Edos, which I thought were Dashin, they're not. But I can see a variety of different products.
The country perspective, Belize again known for agriculture, Guyana is known for agriculture. What are some of the areas that you see as a Minister of Agriculture do you think as a country, both countries can be able to benefit and tap into, to benefit not just those two countries but also the region?
No, I think we can speak, if we look at the poultry imports into the CARICOM, millions of dollars are imported from extra-regional sources. If one CARICOM state or two CARICOM states can supply the rest of the region, it is wonderful. Again, I say beef. Much beef is imported from extra-regional sources. If we can get our CARICOM states to produce that, we're in a better position. They were talking about onions, they were talking about potatoes. We do both, onions and potatoes. So there's much that we can discuss regarding those commodities.
Awesome. Listen, the conversation can go on and on, but I know you want an opportunity to continue to visit those booths. I want to thank you for taking some time this afternoon speaking to us, wishing you the very best. And I hope that you continue, even with the curry, you can try some other some delicacies. Did you have curry with roti or puri? Back it was. Great. That was the Minister of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise, the Honorable Jose Mai of Belize. Great. So we've got so many ministers of agriculture. We've got so many ministers of government from throughout the region as well here. We've got ministers from the government of Guyana, so many of them also here as well as those heads of state, like I mentioned a little while ago, that are here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. This morning we heard the remarks from many of those persons who would have spoken about given their thoughts, particularly as it relates to the Agri-Investment Forum, advancing agriculture systems or food systems in the region, and how we can go about doing that. And that in itself is very, very important that we have so many persons here today. I've also got another representative, if I'm going to ask him to join me here. I see he's from Tacoma Gold Inc. Tacoma Gold Inc. Good afternoon.
Interested in what's happening, and it's justified. Food is the most important thing in the world right now we should be talking about.
Yeah. It is certainly the most important thing that we should be talking about indeed. But talk to us about Tacoma Gold Inc.
Yeah, so Tacoma Gold Inc. Everyone is asking, so you're doing gold in Tacoma? So we are doing gold in Tacoma, but it's called corn and soybean. Because gold, you can't eat it.
Yeah.
But we could feed the world with soybean and corn.
Yeah.
So we thought it was a fitting name, because also the plants actually become golden when you're going to harvest it, and then the product coming out of those two plants are golden as well.
Yeah.
And then it could feed anyone in the world, you know, the chickens and the people and everything else. So we thought it was the perfect name for it.
Right. Soybean and corn are not traditional areas in terms of agriculture for us in Guyana here. Those are new areas, so to speak. I know a lot of money has been invested to getting those areas going. How difficult is it for us to be able to grow those?
Savanna lands. It has access to the river, and it has adequate rainfall to get 2 crops a year. And so for those reasons, we thought it very appropriate for us to do the test there. And so for that reason, we did it with the help of Double Ranch and Alex Mendez. And so we're now on the way. Going into this year, we're planting on a new plot of land that the government has allocated for this project. And we'll be planting 2,000 acres there. in a year, and an extra 1,000 acres that will be done by partners who are as well around the area.
Right.
So in total, we'll plant about 3,000 acres, and that will reduce the imports of soybeans by 7%.
Right. And soybean, I know, is one of those byproducts of so many other products as well, even corn. Talk to us about some of those opportunities that we can tap into.
Correct. So right now the focus is on feeds, but they have potentials for everything. So the one that we need to focus on first is because soybean can be planted on virgin soils. Corn needs a little bit of improvement in soils before it could be planted properly. And as well, we have rice. So all the years we've had rice, we didn't necessarily need to focus on a carbohydrate input. But now the rice prices in the world have gotten so high that even for us to get the byproduct to keep the prices down on feeds, we have to look in a different direction. And the government gave us this opportunity, and we said yes, and here we are.
Right.
You know,
I know that with this investment forum and expo, there's so many opportunities that can be derived from your participation here. What are you looking forward to the most to come out of these the exhibition and forum that would benefit your company?
Well, I think that the forum highlights to us, the producers, the significance of our industry. So whether we're in livestock or in crops or in further processing or wherever, it highlights it. It shows us that the politicians in there's a glut, no one checks on you, you know, and we got to make sure that we do further processing and added value so that there's nothing like a word like glut. You know, there's always a demand, and you could bottle it if it's not a demand. You know, so for those reasons, I think that it also says to us that we have a responsibility and a challenge as producers and manufacturers, that also the politicians see us as being the people who will do the job to make what they have said become a reality. You know, so it's a challenge too.
Right. And I know food security is one of those things which we're really aiming for. What role do you see Takama Gold playing as relates to that entire process? Because if we're looking to be a food secure region, corn and soybean are really integral to that process.
So there's already a country in CARICOM that is being very successful. So Belize has done it. Brazil has shown that they could do it. So why can't Guyana be a part of that same group? So will become something that we and Belize and others who have land that could actually be the leaders on that. And so we believe that Takama Gold could be one of those companies that does the job. It'll take a lot more than just Takama Gold to do it, because this thing is huge. Because when you see President Ali talk about the import food bill into CARICOM and the significance of it, it will not take one company to get it done. It will take a group of companies and more to take on the challenge together to succeed. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for talking to us this afternoon, sir. I'm wishing you the very best. I'm looking forward to coming by your booth to see what some of the things that you have to offer, sir, because corn and soybean, very, very important here to us in Guyana. All right, great. Continue our conversations here this afternoon as we're really looking to, showcase and highlight all the exhibitors here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Remember, we've got over 100 of them here. What we'll do is we'll continue to bring you coverage, but we will ease for a moment in terms of our live coverage, but we'll be right back in just a few.
Muslim, Hindu, sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true. A brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, our home. Love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, And when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana. For Guyana. Our life would be beautiful. Just put our hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana.
Continue with our coverage here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. Of course, we're talking about the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. And one thing I must tell you is the traffic has really gotten busy here. When we started off, we got persons which were literally streaming through here. We've got so many persons that are in the vicinity at the moment. Given the mere fact that His Excellency the President is not too far away from here, he's currently visiting booths as well. Just a little while ago, the Vice President, the Honorable Dr. Bart Jagdio, would have come through here as well, get an opportunity to interact with those exhibitors and of course persons who are coming through. Again, if you're looking at home and you're watching us at home, encouraging you to come down here at the Arthur to interact with persons, interact with those exhibitors, get an opportunity to interact with those not just local exhibitors, but exhibitors from around the region as well. One of the things I must tell you is the mere fact that the President continuing with his engagements with young people and getting an opportunity to interact with those students. We saw that earlier, and that has definitely been continuing. It's one of those things which the President is passionate about, particularly as it relates to getting young people involved in agriculture, and that is one of the things which many of the leaders in the region have spoken about as well in terms of getting young people involved in agriculture. All right, so not too far away from where I'm standing. I'm literally seeing the Vice President in my vicinity. He's not too far away from where I'm standing, engaging persons there in those booths. The President, of course, like I mentioned, is not too far away from here as well. Had an opportunity to move together, to walk through the booths here, and I saw a booth with we've got the coconut plants, and persons have been trying to find out, you know, how they go about breeding those plants. Is one of the things which have really resonated with those persons who were here at the Expo, visiting the Ministry of Agriculture's booth, and that in itself seems to be like an attraction for those persons. So persons are getting an opportunity to interact with persons in different booths, like I said, different exhibitors that are represented here. Remember, we're talking about over 100 exhibitors. We've got so many of them from throughout the region, and we're going to continue mentioning this because it's very, very significant, given the fact that we as a region, we're really looking collectively to tackle this entire issue of food security, and we've got those exhibitors here in Guyana showing their support and showing their intention, given the fact that we're really serious about this issue of food security in the region. As we continue our engagements, I see I've got a minister here, and she was literally trying to avoid us.
I missed you. And spending time with the delegation and so on. But the Ministry of Agriculture and the government of Guyana has just exceeded expectations.
Yeah.
This is absolutely and there goes the Attorney General cutting across the live broadcast. But you know, it's I feel very proud.
Yeah.
I feel very proud. I feel very honored to be here to welcome the foreign delegations who are here. And I am enjoying looking at their faces and seeing just pure amazement and amusement on their faces, you know, that they're so excited to see what Guyana has to offer.
One of the things which we note from this morning's engagement with all the remarks that we've heard is that many of the leaders would have touted and hailed the president, given the fact that it's the president's initiative and the fact that as a region, if we're looking to be serious when it comes to food security, really tackling this entire issue of food security, President Ali's initiative is
and that we promised the people that we would do. So this is just the latest example of the president's vision and plans coming to reality. And we want to come on board. We are one single market and economy, and you heard that in the presentations this morning from the different heads who are here. And we are ready to work with them. We are ready to sit with them and to really take stock of exactly what needs to be done. This is beyond song bites. This is not about song bites anymore. It's not about self-sustainability anymore. We have to look at each other, look at ourselves as part of the bigger CARICOM Caribbean community. And you know, each member state has something that the other one has to offer. So we just have to sit down and find a way to collaborate, to get this done, to itemize what needs to be done, to go through that list. And I think one of the biggest challenges is and you heard it today, highlighted by several heads. You know, it's cheaper and easier to fly all the way to North America than it is to visit some of the Caribbean islands and the Caribbean countries. So this is something that we have to fix. Nobody's going to fix it for us. We have to fix it for ourselves and among ourselves. Yeah. So we're serious. We're ready to go.
I know that Guyana, we're positioning ourselves as it relates to agriculture and positioning ourselves as the breadbasket of the Caribbean once again. How important is it particularly for you? I mean, you're talking about us as a government being very, very serious in terms of this entire issue of food security. But how important is it for us as a country to position ourselves where we can tap into even those non-traditional sectors as well?
Right, and we have said that. You know, we are an emerging oil and gas economy. But you hardly hear us talking about oil and gas because we know that is not sustainable. That is not our future. Our future is in all of our traditional sectors. Agriculture is one of our main traditional sectors, and regardless of what new sector we are opening or what new area that we want to venture in government, we cannot abandon our traditional sectors. Water is extremely important. We have a huge plan in the water sector, in the management and the governance of water, not just delivery of water. Yeah. But you know, we're looking very much at forming this water council. That will be important as well for agriculture because, of course, you need water. You need water for agriculture, and remaining faithful to one of the sectors that grew this country. And we have land. Yeah. We have an abundance of land, and we have a lot of these countries who are here that, you know, that wish they had the land mass that we have, you know, that they can make full use of. And we have that. Guyana is so richly blessed with land, with minerals, with oil and gas and people. The best thing, while we talk about agriculture, we got to talk about Guyanese. We got to talk about people. Awesome. And everybody comes to this country. Foreigners come to this country, and we know that they've traveled the world already, and they have seen fantastic infrastructure in different countries, but they always want to come to Guyana. They always prefer to come to Guyana, and the difference is the people. The difference is in our hospitality, and the difference is that we give you our heart. Yeah. Look at our president right now. He's walking he's going from booth to booth, taking the heads of delegation, making sure they get to experience Guyana, and at the same time, he's ensuring that every small business who is here, that they feel relevant, that they feel important, and that they know that the president and the government supports them.
You couldn't have said it better. Thank you for talking to us this afternoon. Awesome stuff. That was the Minister within the Ministry of Housing there, the Honourable Susan Rodriguez, talking to us this afternoon. As you know, we continue our coverage here of the exhibition and expo at the Arthur Chung Conference Centre. We've got all the government ministries and ministers are represented here. I've got the Minister of Home Affairs. Now I'm going to be talking to the Honourable Robeson Ben. I know that he has been literally about visiting different booths. What are you impressed with? I know you've visited several booths. Which is the one that stood out to you the most this afternoon?
Well, I really couldn't say which one stood out the most to me. There are so many exceptional products on display. The energy that is there and the engagement that we are having from the persons who are displaying their products and services, it's really a great thing to witness.
Right. Listen, agriculture is, so to speak, our bread basket or bread or backbone, so to speak, here in the Caribbean. With all the things that we've heard this morning, and everybody is talking about breaking down the barriers of trade, we're talking about food security. How important is it? Because at the end of the day, security is important as well when it comes to those issues in terms of securing people's farms, their businesses, and that everything. If you're looking to attract investors to Guyana, how important is your role as relates to that process?
Well, as Minister of Home Affairs and responsible for security in Guyana, of course, the question of security of farms, security of farmers, and infrastructure related to farming is extremely important. So we have that role. Principally, too, in the discussion, what was flagged for me in the presentations was the question raised about predial larceny, which is indeed a big problem in Guyana, too, and something which we have to work harder to bring better control on. So I think that is a significant issue that was raised, that one that is current and one which we need to get on top of better, much better.
I know with all the investors that we're seeing here, all the exhibitors that are here this afternoon as well, everybody's looking to tap into opportunities available in Guyana. As a Guyanese, I'm taking off your minister hat now. As a Guyanese, how proud are you this afternoon of what your government has been able to accomplish and as a people we've been able to accomplish?
Well, I'm particularly impressed by what the farmers, by what people are bringing from their farms and in respect of their services, that we have upped our game in respect of these things, the quality of products and the way we explain the services which are provided is a great encouragement to all of us. Of course, I would like to say that we continue to have to work at ensuring the safety of farmers and the farming estates. And of course, when everything else goes, when the minerals go, temporarily even for some of us, and the oil eventually goes, farming and food have to remain if we're going to remain alive and civilized.
Awesome. So thank you for talking to us this afternoon, Minister. That's the Minister of Home Affairs there, the Honourable Robeson Ben. Getting an opportunity to interact with persons here at the Arthur Chung Conference Centre. And I know this, as you continue to engage persons, I'm sure you're going to find something that you love.
I love the fruits and the plants. My mother's people grew rice in Berbice, and we keep plants and stuff in our homes, in our yards, and so on still. So there's an enduring interest there.
Thank you so much, Minister.
All right.
Great. That was the Minister of Home Affairs there, the Honourable Robeson Ben, talking to us. Security in farming and in terms of farming and agriculture is important as well. And the Minister, with increased investment and increased opportunities here in Guyana, it means that you'll have many more persons that will be setting up shop here in Guyana. So the Minister's job becomes increasingly important as well, given that we're talking about national security. Continuing with our coverage here, just in case you're now joining us, we are here for the launch, for the opening rather, of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. We saw the official opening this morning. We've had that at the National Culture Center, and then we had the ribbon cutting just a little while ago with the president. We've had several heads of government in the region as well present there, participating in that ceremony, which officially opens up the way for you who are watching us at home to come on down to the Arthur Chung Conference Center to get an opportunity to interact with businesses, exhibitors. Remember, we're talking about over 100 of them. We're talking about exhibitors from around the region. We're talking about exhibitors locally as well, some 60 plus exhibitors locally. We've got several of them from Trinidad and Tobago. We've got exhibitors from Barbados, Jamaica. We've got exhibitors from the US. We've got exhibitors from Ghana and other countries as well. So literally at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, we've got a barrage of people. Everybody has literally converged here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center to ensure as a region we're able to really tackle this issue of food security, highlighting and showcasing what we're capable of producing and ensuring that the investors that are here, that they see the true potential of what we can do as a region, and of course invest in those areas when it comes to trade and food security as well. Persons are continuing to get an opportunity to walk about, to visit various booths and stuff like that. Like I said, the president and the vice president are not too far away. They're just some in our vicinity, and we heard from the minister within the Ministry of Housing and Water, as Susan Rajik's talking to us about the president literally going booth to booth, interacting with people, talking to every person who he meets, and of course getting a sense from them as it relates to how they feel about the expo, and that is very, very important. Of course, we've heard from various leaders as well the mere fact that the president's initiative as it relates to food security and some of the things that the president has proposed in terms of how we can get there, because remember, we were really looking to lower our food import bill by 25% by 2025. And that is really the goal of this entire investment forum and expo, organized by the Ministry of Agriculture, the government of Guyana, in collaboration with CARICOM. And with everybody that we've spoken to so far, we're literally on the same page. Everybody seems to be in one or in unison as it relates to that goal. And of course, one of the things which is integral to getting there is the removal of those barriers for trade. That is very, very important. We've heard that, and that's a conversation that will continue. Logistics is another problem that we have to deal with as CARICOM, as we're really looking to advance the CSME, which really opens up all those opportunities for investment and for trade, as we've been talking about. All right, so I'm not too far from where I'm standing. I'm seeing the Prime Minister, the Honorable Mark Phillips. He's not too far away from where I am standing at the moment. He's there. I saw him getting an opportunity earlier to engage with exhibitors, engage with those persons who gathered here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, talking to persons, and like the president did as well, he's been literally listening and talking and engaging with persons as he participates in the exhibition here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. What we'll do is we will take a little break. The guys will continue to bring you aerial coverage. You got a drone up in the sky. The guys will continue to show you images of what's happening here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center. We'll be right back in just a short moment from now, where we have more interviews for you.
Belize. Much potential, endless possibilities, hidden secrets. Of the many secrets that Belize has to offer, the best is its capacity for growth and transformation. With some 2 million acres of land suited to agriculture, proximity to markets in Central and North America and the Caribbean, peace-loving, hard-working people, and a stable economy recovering under the leadership of Plan Belize Agriculture, Belize is hard to equal. Why invest in agriculture in Belize? Investors need a climate which is stable and has flexible terms for their investment. They need variety and diversity in commodities. Agriculture in Belize offers all that and much more. The possibilities for agriculture in Belize are endless. From the traditional export crops of sugar, banana, and citrus, to non-traditional commodities like tilapia, shrimp, red kidney beans, black-eyed peas, corn, cotton, coconuts, cocoa beans, rice, pitahaya, soursop, and avocados, to value-added products such as pepper sauces, ice creams, soybean oil, citrus juices and pellets, to the thriving livestock sector, including both beef and dairy. Belize has an amazing array of products ready for development, niche investment, and growth. To provide a stable backdrop for investment, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise has created a fresh new outlook on how the country's food sector should be organized. The ministry has been restructured to better serve everyone involved in agriculture. Antiquated legislature is being constantly updated to reflect the dynamism of our times. secure financing for the productive sector has been obtained. In addition, regional partnerships with neighboring countries to establish trade agreements are being aggressively pursued as growth of the agriculture sector continues. With more confidence comes more growth across the industry. Together, we plant, grow, and build Belize.
Nature has a way of healing people. It's one of the reasons people come here. And that's something we should be proud of. It's not everywhere in the world that has clean air, pure water, and herbs in abundance. Herbs I've been using since I was a child. My mom was a herbalist from tradition, taught by her grandmother, and we were raised as children using herbs for medicine. I feel it's my responsibility not only to preserve these herbs, but also to share it. That's why I'm glad to work with the tour companies to welcome guests here. Welcome to Dominica. And to introduce them to herbs that they have never seen or heard of. They even learn about new uses of plants that they have in their own garden, like treating a cold with begonia, which is a rich source of vitamin C. Many people only know it as a houseplant. It's a great honor to do my part. My name is Roy Ormond. Tourism is my business.
I believe in the natural order of things. I believe in the harmony of things. You know, in everything we do, we have to keep it natural. I've been doing farming for now over a decade. My day is very hectic, but I make it light. You know, because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy producing the best quality goods and to make sure that the people that receive it, they receive the best that they can ever get. Right from the farm, everything that I grow, I process them back into the farm so that these same things that grow in the farm is what protects the farm. Tourism is my business. You know, it's not just dealing with the foreigners that come in, but it's preparing those things that when they come, they can feel and taste the difference in coming to this exotic island. And it starts with the farmer, because we provide the things that they eat, that they taste, that they drink. I believe in my heart that it's my responsibility to provide quality. My name is Tony Alves, and tourism is my business.
I love the freedom when I'm out there. Simply put, the worries from shore, none of that out there. And it's my daily bread. I learned it from my dad. My dad is one of the senior guys here who catch the biggest fish around here. And he's top with the red snappers. It's a family thing. I'm the only one fishing right now in the family. Just keeping it going. I enjoy bringing them up, man. Sometimes you have a yellowfin tuna, 400 pounds. Man, let me tell you, that's just a joy out there. I enjoy going out there and just holding the big fish. I don't lift weights, I lift fish. The morning of my fishing trip, I would get up, make a little spice tea. Then I come down here. I have my GPS, which most fishermen are supposed to have that. Normally I prepare the day before, because whenever you're going out there, you must have ice. Ice is a must for preservation of the fish. So I always make sure I have everything the day before. My fish represents me, and I bring good quality fish ashore simply because the restaurants themselves, they have to show a quality product. Tourism and agriculture go hand in hand. That's what I think. We're all connected. It's like a big machine.
Live
so
from
to be
the
a part of
Arthur
it.
Chung Conference Center, the exhibition has officially been declared open for the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. A number of ministers of government, members of the foreign delegation led by prime ministers of 8 other member states of CARICOM are perusing the exhibition area, including our president, His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali, stopping just a bird's view away from us and ensuring that he gets a little of what's happening in terms of participants, not just locally but regionally and internationally as well. Stopping for a photo op under the Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030 booth. And persons are very excited to have a word with His Excellency to explain what their mission here is today. Of course, he knows all of that, but more in details and to explain how much this event means to them, the impact it will have, and so forth. Many persons are still headed here to Liliendal to witness the exhibition. And so we encourage you to take note of all the traffic diversions that are in place as a result of the expo. We have the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, followed by, he's the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. Beside him, we have the Honorable Gaston Brown, the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda. We have the chairman of the Caribbean community and the other heads of state stopping by to see what low carbon development strategy by 2030 is about, and His Excellency is explaining his vision behind the strategy and what it aims to do for Guyana and at large the world. In his hands, perusing the magazine, which has more in-depth information, so persons who want to learn about Guyana's Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030 can pay a visit here to the Arthur Chung Conference Center for more knowledge on this strategy, which will change the way the world values Guyana and also change the way we care for Mother Earth. We will be providing live updates throughout the course of the afternoon. The expo is expected to conclude at around 7 p.m., but make sure you stay tuned to NCN for coverage of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. I was privileged to be part of the ceremonial opening ceremony this morning at the National Cultural Center, along with Christopher Holder, who experienced all the proceedings. We heard from the heads of government and what they're passionate about in terms of reducing that figure of $6 billion US, which is what the region imports annually. Reducing that by 25% is their mission, and so they'll be looking at strategies, coming up with solutions to various challenges and working towards that common goal as a region. Guyana being the host nation of this inaugural investment forum and expo means we can look forward to seeing the action being put in for the rest of the year, as well as the continuation of the expo in years to come. It's a great networking opportunity for many persons. We see the Honorable Mia Motley joining the other heads at the Guyana Low Carbon Development Strategy 2030 booth for a little information about the strategy, as well as photo opportunity with the team. And so our Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, guiding them and leading the way as they make their way around. More persons stopping and requesting photo opportunities with His Excellency. And so far, what I can say from the auditorium here at the back of the Arthur Chung Conference Center, we've got just about 4 lanes of booths. Persons are getting a great look and in some cases taste of Guyanese cuisine, Guyanese products and services, as well as representation from the other participating countries: Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, the Bahamas, Dominica, Israel, Cameroon, Canada, the United States, India, and further afield. We're expecting the launch of Stabrook Online Marketplace in just a few moments, which will be happening inside of the building. But before that, there is much to peruse here at the Arthur Chung Conference Center, and so we encourage you to stay tuned to our broadcast, there are a lot of displays pertaining to the GLDA, NARI, GSA, and all of the agricultural sub-entities, as well as representation here from all the major banks in Guyana, Demerara Bank, GBTI, Republic Bank. We've got the government information entities, which fall under the Office of the Prime Minister. NCN has a booth here as well as DPI, and a number of media operatives and entities from Guyana, as well as the visiting team who are covering the respective prime ministers and ministers of agriculture, still walking around here in the main auditorium for the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo. Prior to today, we would have been visiting this venue for a number of weeks to check out how things were progressing, how the preparations were coming along. And so it's been quite an exciting time in the making as we looked forward to this day. And finally, the day is here. The Expo continues tomorrow and on Saturday, so you can be sure to see and hear updates from us from 14 hours in the afternoon up until 19 hours. I'm Anadia. Do stay tuned as we continue to provide you with those updates. And for those persons who are listening further afield in our CARICOM sister states, good afternoon to you. We trust that you're enjoying every bit of what you experience, and we know that you would have loved to be here to participate, but nevertheless, we're sharing most of what's happening here. Later on in the evening, we will also be providing you with more in-depth information about the participants and the various booths on display, what are the services and products they offer, how they can take part in reducing the region's import bill. Of course, the Expo is being hosted under the theme Investing in Vision 25 by 2025. Stopping at Life and Nova Farms for a line of healthy fries. They are promoting dasheen fries, cassava fries, and sweet potato fries. Our heads of government are getting some good information as well as sampling. And even for Guyanese, it's interesting to hear about dasheen fries and sweet potato fries. Most of us may know about cassava and plantain. Venturing into the unknown is part of what this investment forum and expo encourages. We've also got a number of stakeholders and partners who are here to give support and to transform businesses and farms to the next level. We spoke to a Trinidadian delegation who are interested in ensuring that Guyanese are well abreast, are brought abreast with technological developments which can assist them in agriculture so that we can practice sustainable agriculture as we work towards improvements. Stay with us. We'll be back with more coverage of the Agri-Investment Forum and Expo live from the Arthur Chung Conference Center.
The environment is precious, it means a lot to us. The environment is precious, protection is a must. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter-free and clean. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter-free and clean. Get on board right from the start. Everyone must play a part. Sandy beaches are the best. Only hear the old road nest. Protect it, don't neglect it.
With its vast tracts of arable lands, both on its coastal plains as well as its intermediate and hinterland savannas, Guyana offers the unique opportunity for large-scale agriculture undertakings in every area of endeavor, be it crops or livestock, fisheries and aquaculture, agro-processing, and other forms of value-added production, etc. The lush tropical climate, coupled with thousands of acres of fertile, virgin lands, offer the perfect environment for sustainable agriculture. Guyana has managed to maintain the status of an agriculture powerhouse across the region. Now that the government has plans to expand, investors are being invited to take advantage of all there is to offer from Guyana's very lucrative agriculture sector. Rice production has been at the helm of Guyana's agriculture sector for decades. As time passed, the government has been taking the necessary steps to ensure advances are made in the sector. Over the years, new varieties with improved qualities have been developed and put into cultivation. These varieties have been specially developed to be more resistant to pests and diseases and produce higher yields, allowing farmers to harvest more tons per acre. Guyana has also partnered with the International Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, ICA, on the cultivation of a biofortified rice variety. Although still in the trial phase, this variety promises to be a game changer as it has a higher percentage of zinc, one of the only trace minerals considered a major player in the creation of DNA, growth of cells, building proteins, healing of damaged tissue, and supporting a healthy immune system. Once commercial production commences, this variety will attract preferential prices on the world market. Upon taking office back in 2020, the government, upon examining what were some of the main commodities being imported into Guyana and the need to make agriculture attractive to its younger population, began working on a plan in January. Guyana's head of state, President Dr. Finali, launched the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This program targets youths from across the country and creates an enabling environment for them to cultivate high-value crops such as carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower, and utilizes climate-smart agricultural practices such as the use of shade houses. To date, 54 shade houses have been constructed. Markets for these commodities are also readily available, and the program has been extremely successful thus far. Corn and soybeans are two of the main sources of protein for animal feed. As Guyana moves forward with the development of its livestock sector, steps have been taken to be able to produce most, if not all, of the feed needed to support the sector locally by 2025. A successful project is currently underway in the Tacama Savannas in Region 10, with a local conglomerate realizing a successful harvest from its first trial. In its efforts to support this project, the government has allocated $887 million to upgrade the infrastructure, such as roads, storage, and drying facilities, to support the efforts of the investors in the intermediate savannas. Great advances have also been made in Guyana's livestock sector. More emphasis is now being placed on the production of improved breeds of cattle to supply the local and regional markets with required cuts of meat, milk, and other dairy products. Attention is also being placed on improved breeds of poultry, swine, sheep, and goat, given the growing demand for chicken, duck, pork, mutton, and goat meat. The government continues to support these efforts through the provision of artificial insemination services and other genetic material. Government has also advanced plans for the construction of state-of-the-art abattoirs in 3 regions of the country to support the development of the sector and meet the quality standards expected. In 2022, Guyana exported more than $2.5 billion worth of coconuts and coconut byproducts. This represents a $600 million increase over the year 2020. The Hope Coconut Industries Limited is tasked with spearheading the advancement of the sector by providing farmers across the country with quality planting materials, mainly through the decentralization of its coconut seedlings program. Already 7 nurseries have been established, and by the end of 2022, an additional 3 nurseries will be built, bringing HCIL's annual production capacity to 206,000 seedlings. Other non-traditional crops such as cocoa and coffee, ginger, and turmeric are grown in Guyana's hinterland and are also being targeted for expansion. A relatively new and thriving subsector focused on extending the shelf life and adding value to traditional agricultural produce and providing local alternatives to products that were previously imported. Guyana's agro-processing sector has the potential to be one of the largest and most prominent in the region. This year, $96 million will be spent to establish a number of agro-processing and packaging facilities across the country in hopes of providing ready markets for produce, be it fruits, vegetables, sauces, or cosmetics. The expanding aquaculture industry has also been taking center stage given the growing demand for seafood native to Guyana's waters in the diaspora. Brackish water shrimp farming has been given a major boost with the establishment of large shrimp ponds as part of Phase 1 of a government-supported initiative to increase the production of this species. Through this intervention, brackish water shrimp production has moved from 250,000 kilograms mid-last year to more than 500,000 kilograms currently. Plans are moving apace for the introduction of deep-sea aquaculture through the use of marine cages, an effort to mitigate the reported decrease in catches, both locally and across the world. Because of the international demand for shrimp and prawns, work is also underway to identify and develop some 2,000 acres of land for shrimp farming. Several large-scale local farmers have already started work on the establishment of processing facilities to bring even more value to the sector. Unlike other countries in the region, Guyana continues to work towards the revitalization of its sugar industry, investing heavily in the refitting and reopening of closed sugar factories, with the aim of not only producing raw brown sugar, but going in the direction of value-added production, packaged sugar, and later refined white sugar. A lucrative opportunity for partnership is on offer in this sector, especially as it relates to the white sugar production. The President Ali-led government has declared Guyana open for business, underscoring the critical role investment and the private sector plays in any country's development. Many red tape and other hurdles that were in place prior to August 2020 have been removed, thus creating an enabling environment for doing business in Guyana. Steps have since been taken to simplify the business registration, licensing, and land titling processes, with more information being made available online, along with certain services being decentralized. Through the Guyana Office for Investment, public-private dialogue has also been enhanced. The Guyana National Bureau of Standards, an ISO 9001-2015 certified agency, has also worked to promote and develop appropriate quality standards. Improvements have also been made to tax policies, and the CARICOM heads of state are currently working to develop a regional system to facilitate better access to financing. The time to invest in Guyana's agriculture sector is now. Come partner with us as we work towards lowering the regional food import bill while achieving and sustaining regional food and nutrition security. Join us on this journey to realizing Vision 25 by 2025.
The environment is precious, it means a lot to us. The environment is precious, protection is a must. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Get on board right from the start, everyone must play a part. Sandy beaches are the best, only here the Oriole.
Grab the fork, get the hoe, link up the family and come let it go. Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim. Yes! Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim.
think about it, food is life. That's why people come to Dominica. They don't only come for the waterfall or the scenery or the views, but it's the flavor. Sometimes it is just what they can taste. The flavors that we have here, you can't find anywhere in the world. They are truly unique. I've been in business 17 years, and I see so many guests come and go. My business is to put a smile on their face and something good in their belly. Everything we serve here is local. It comes from all over Dominica. So we get fresh lettuce, or vegetable, or fish from Saint-Sauveur, all our product from the farm. Sometimes go on the farm and have them pick. The uniqueness of the experience is in how authentic it is. I heard the taxi driver promoting my plantain chips. I said, that's the best plantain chips I ever have. I don't have to go and put on TV. Money is not everything, but leaving customer with a smile, friendly service, and they will come back. This is the real Dominica. I'm just proud to be a part of it. My name is Maurice Smith. They call me Rudy. Tourism is my business.
Belize. Much potential, endless possibilities, hidden secrets. Of the many secrets that Belize has to offer, the best is its capacity for growth and transformation. With some 2 million acres of land suited to agriculture, proximity to markets in Central and North America and the Caribbean, peace-loving, hard-working people, and a stable economy recovering under the leadership of Plan Belize Agriculture, Belize is hard to equal. Why invest in agriculture in Belize? Investors need a climate which is stable and has flexible terms for their investment. They need variety and diversity in commodities. Agriculture in Belize offers all that and much more. The possibilities for agriculture in Belize are endless. From the traditional export crops of sugar, banana, and citrus, to non-traditional commodities like tilapia, shrimp, red kidney beans, black-eyed peas, corn, cotton, coconuts, cocoa beans, rice, pitahaya, soursop, and avocados, to value-added products such as pepper sauces, ice creams, soybean oil, citrus juices and pellets, to the thriving livestock sector, including both beef and dairy. Belize has an amazing array of products ready for development, niche investment, and growth. To provide a stable backdrop for investment, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security and Enterprise has created a fresh new outlook on how the country's food sector should be organized. The ministry has been restructured to better serve everyone involved in agriculture. Antiquated legislature is being constantly updated to reflect the dynamism of our times. Secure financing for the productive sector has been obtained. In addition, regional partnerships with neighboring countries to establish trade agreements are being aggressively pursued as growth of the agriculture sector continues. With more confidence comes more growth across the industry. Together, we plant, grow, and build Belize.
Nature has a way of healing people. It's one of the reasons people come here. And that's something we should be proud of. It's not everywhere in the world that has clean air, pure water, and herbs in abundance. Herbs I've been using since I was a child. My mom was a herbalist from tradition, taught by her grandmother, and we were raised as children using herbs for medicine. I feel it's my responsibility not only to preserve these herbs, but also to share it. That's why I'm glad to work with the tour companies to welcome guests here. Welcome to Dominica. And to introduce them to herbs that they have never seen or heard of. They even learn about new uses of plants that they have in their own garden, like treating a cold with begonia, which is a rich source of vitamin C. Many people only know it as a houseplant. It's a great honor to do my part. My name is Roy Ormond. Tourism is my business.
I believe in the natural order of things. I believe in the harmony of things. You know, in everything we do, we have to keep it natural. I've been doing farming for now over a decade. My day is very hectic, but I make it light. You know, because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy producing the best quality goods and to make sure that the people that receive it, they receive the best that they can ever get. Right from the farm, everything that I grow, I process them back into the farm so that the same things that grow in the farm is what protects the farm. Tourism is my business. You know, it's not just dealing with the foreigners that come in, but it's preparing those things that when they come, they can feel and taste the difference in coming to this exotic island. And it starts with the farmer, because we provide the things that they eat, that they taste, that they drink. I believe in my heart that it's my responsibility to provide quality. My name is Tony Alves, and tourism is my business.
I love the freedom when I'm out there. Simply put, the worries from shore, none of that out there. And it's my daily bread. I learned it from my dad. My dad is one of the senior guys here who catch the biggest fish around here. And he's top with the red snappers. It's a family thing. I'm the only one fishing right now in the family. Just keeping it going. I enjoy bringing them up, man. Sometimes we have a yellowfin tuna, 400 pounds. Man, let me tell you, that's just a joy out there. I enjoy going out there and just holding the big fish. I don't lift weights, I lift fish. The morning of my fishing trip, I would get up, make a little spice tea. Then I come down here. I have my GPS, which most fishermen are supposed to have that. Normally I prepare the day before, because whenever you go out there, you must have ice. Ice is a must for preservation of the fish. So I always make sure I have everything the day before. My fish represents me, and I bring good quality fish ashore simply because the restaurants themselves, they have to show a quality product. Tourism and agriculture go hand in hand, that's what I think. We're all connected, it's like a big machine, and I'm just so proud to be a part of it. My name is Brandon Carlisle, and tourism is my business.
The environment is precious, it means a lot to us. The environment is precious, protection is a must. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Let's hear it, so we can share it. Protect it, and don't neglect it. For us to survive, it must stay alive. A country lush and green, litter free and clean. Get on board right from the start, everyone must play a part. Sandy beaches are the best, only here the Oriole nest. Protect it, don't neglect it.
With its vast tracts of arable lands, both on its coastal plains as well as its intermediate and hinterland savannas, Guyana offers the unique opportunity for large-scale agriculture undertakings in every area of endeavor, be it crops or livestock, fisheries and aquaculture, agro-processing, and other forms of value-added production, etc. The lush tropical climate, coupled with thousands of acres of fertile, virgin lands, offer the perfect environment for sustainable agriculture. Guyana has managed to maintain the status of an agriculture powerhouse across the region. Now that the government has plans to expand, investors are being invited to take advantage of all there is to offer from Guyana's very lucrative agriculture sector. Rice production has been at the helm of Guyana's agriculture sector for decades. As time passed, the government has been taking the necessary steps to ensure advances are made in the sector. Over the years, new varieties with improved qualities have been developed and put into cultivation. These varieties have been specially developed to be more resistant to pests and diseases and produce higher yields, allowing farmers to harvest more tons per acre. Guyana has also partnered with the International Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture, IICA, on the cultivation of a biofortified rice variety. Although still in the trial phase, this variety promises to be a game changer as it has a higher percentage of zinc, one of the only trace minerals considered a major player in the creation of DNA, growth of cells, building proteins, healing of damaged tissue, and supporting a healthy immune system. Once commercial production commences, this variety will attract preferential prices on the world market. Upon taking office back in 2020, the government, upon examining what were some of the main commodities being imported into Guyana and the need to make agriculture attractive to its younger population, began working on a plan in January. Guyana's head of state, President Dr. Irfaan Ali, launched the Agriculture and Innovation Entrepreneurship Program. This program targets youths from across the country and it creates an enabling environment for them to cultivate high-value crops such as carrots, broccoli, and cauliflower, and utilizes climate-smart agricultural practices such as the use of shade houses. To date, 54 shade houses have been constructed. Markets for these commodities are also readily available, and the program has been extremely successful thus far. Corn and soybeans are two of the main sources of protein for animal feed. As Guyana moves forward with the development of its livestock sector, steps have been taken to be able to produce most, if not all, of the feed needed to support the sector locally by 2025. A successful project is currently underway in the Tucama Savannas in Region 10, with a local conglomerate realizing a successful harvest from its first trial. In its efforts to support this project, the government has allocated $887 million to upgrade the infrastructure, such as roads, storage, and drying facilities, to support the efforts of the investors in the intermediate savannas. Great advances have also been made in Guyana's livestock sector. More emphasis is now being placed on the production of improved breeds of cattle to supply the local and regional markets with required cuts of meat, milk, and other dairy products. Attention is also being placed on improved breeds of poultry, swine, sheep, and goat, given the growing demand for chicken, duck, pork, mutton, and goat meat. The government continues to support these efforts through the provision of artificial insemination services and other genetic material. Government has also advanced plans for the construction of state-of-the-art abattoirs in 3 regions of the country to support the development of the sector and meet the quality standards expected. In 2022, Guyana exported more than $2.5 billion worth of coconuts and coconut byproducts. This represents a $600 million increase over the year 2020. The Hope Coconut Industries Limited is tasked with spearheading the advancement of the sector by providing farmers across the country with quality planting materials, mainly through the decentralization of its coconut seedlings program. Already 7 nurseries have been established, and by the end of 2022, an additional 3 nurseries will be built, bringing HCIL's annual production capacity to 206,000 seedlings. Other non-traditional crops such as cocoa and coffee, ginger, and turmeric are grown in Guyana's hinterland and are also being targeted for expansion. A relatively new and thriving subsector focused on extending the shelf life and adding value to traditional agricultural produce and providing local alternatives to products that were previously imported. Guyana's agro-processing sector has the potential to be one of the largest and most prominent in the region. This year, $96 million will be spent to establish a number of agro-processing and packaging facilities across the country in hopes of providing ready markets for produce, be it fruits, vegetables, sauces, or cosmetics. The expanding aquaculture industry has also been taking center stage given the growing demand for seafood native to Guyana's waters in the diaspora. Brackish water shrimp farming has been given a major boost with the establishment of large shrimp ponds as part of Phase 1 of a government-supported initiative to increase the production of this species. Through this intervention, brackish water shrimp production has moved from 250,000 kilograms mid-last year to more than 500,000 kilograms currently. Plans are moving apace for the introduction of deep-sea aquaculture through the use of marine cages, an effort to mitigate the reported decrease in catches, both locally and across the world. Because of the international demand for shrimp and prawns, work is also underway to identify and develop some 2,000 acres of land for shrimp farming. Several large-scale local farmers have already started work on the establishment of processing facilities to bring even more value to the sector. Unlike other countries in the region, Guyana continues to work towards the revitalization of its sugar industry, investing heavily in the refitting and reopening of closed sugar factories, with the aim of not only producing raw brown sugar, but going in the direction of value-added production, packaged sugar, and later refined white sugar. A lucrative opportunity for partnership is on offer in this sector, especially as it relates to the white sugar production. The President Ali-led government has declared Guyana open for business, underscoring the critical role investment and the private sector plays in any country's development. Many red tape and other hurdles that were in place prior to August 2020 have been removed, thus creating an enabling environment for doing business in Guyana. Steps have since been taken to simplify the business registration, licensing, and land titling processes, with more information being made available online, along with certain services being decentralized. Through the Guyana Office for Investment, public-private dialogue has also been enhanced. The Guyana National Bureau of Standards, an ISO 9001-2015 certified agency, has also worked to promote and develop appropriate quality standards. Improvements have also been made to tax policies, and the CARICOM heads of state are currently working to develop a regional system to facilitate better access to financing. The time to invest in Guyana's agriculture sector is now. Come partner with us as we work towards lowering the regional food import bill while achieving and sustaining regional food and nutrition security. Join us on this journey to realizing Vision 25 by 2025.
Grab the phone, get the hoe, link up the family and come let me go. Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim. Yes! Roll well, eat well, live well, right here in Bim.
Bire mazak wurut nogong moro wia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
The low coastal plains, plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love.
No matter which religion is you, could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. Runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. Say, one and alone can't clap lots of lots. Put our hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Bire mazak wuro nogong. Moro we are got manoro. Tijit ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big pot of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one mighty like Mount Jemima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wuro nogong. Moro we are got manoro. Tijit ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana,
low coastal plains, plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Uriah for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. You say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wuro nogong. Moro wia kok manoro tijik nikai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love.
which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Uriah, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say, one and alone can't love lots of lots. Put her hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wuro nogong. Moro wia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say one and alone can't clap, so let's put her hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, our world. We are one Guyana. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wura nagong. Morawia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one mighty like Mount Jerima for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. Place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wurut nogong. Morawia kok manoro tijik ningkai.
We are one Guyana, place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some are we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 race I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big pot of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana.
Bire mazak wura nagong. Morawia kopmanoro tijit ningay.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big pot of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wura nagong. Morawia kopmanoro tijit ningay.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, place of love. We are one Guyana. It's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 races I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big pot of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say one and alone can't clap lots of lots. Put her hands together, give her a standing ovation. This great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wuro nogong. Moro wia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. Six race I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big pot of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jemima, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. They say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wura nagong. Morawia kok manoro tijit ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. Six race I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream come true of a brighter Guyana for me and you. Ocean to mountains, hear this tune. Take it cool.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, our world. My love runs deep like a beautiful rivers for Guyana. Oh, and when we stand as one, mighty like Mount Jerima, for Guyana, for Guyana. Our life would be beautiful, just like Guyana. She's blessed us with her own, just got to embrace her. Say, one and alone can't clap, so let's put our hands together. Give her a standing ovation, this great nation, a little gem of this world, yeah. A place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our
Bire mazak wurut nogong. Morawia kok manoro tijik ningai.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world. A place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Yeah, some of we born on the hills, some on the low coastal plains. Plenty rice and sugar cane. Same Guyanese blood in our vein. So make we burn out the hatred, time for erasing. Can't make that destroy. 6 race I share the same space in this 83,000 square miles.
We are one Guyana, a place of peace, a place of love. We are one Guyana, it's paradise, it's our world.
Brother is a brother, no matter which religion is you. Could a Buddhist, Christian, Muslim, Hindu. Sister is a sister, real and true. One big part of culture brew.
And all of we together could really make this dream
Limited Massage.